Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as the Secretary stroke Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and that pursuant to Article 250, subsection 12 of the Constitution and Section 16, subsection 1 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, Cap 7H. This is as read together with sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, that the House approves Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud, for the appointment as the Secretary stroke Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Thereafter, the House will then move into the Committee of the Whole, where under this juncture, the House will be considering a number of bills, some of them from the National Assembly, with some originating from the Senate. Given priority under the Committee of the Whole is the consideration of the Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 2 of the year 2024 by the Chairperson Committee on Matters Delegated Legislation, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 49 of the year 2024 by the Leader of the Majority Party, and the Tax Procedures Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bills number 46 of the year 2024, equally by the Leader of the Majority Party. And finally, the bill that will be considered lastly under the Committee of the Whole is the Tax Laws Amendment Bill number 47 of the year 2024. The Institute of Social Work Professionals Bill, National Assembly Bills number 7 of the year 2023 is equally lined up for debate this morning. Remember, the quorum bell at the National Assembly is ringing for 10 minutes, with over 5 minutes over, to give members some time to make their way into the chamber this morning to consider the businesses lined up for consideration this Wednesday morning. As we await for the signal to ascertain if that number has been achieved, on motion number 33 of the year 2024 is in regards to the supporting and promoting local fertilizer manufacturing industries by Honorable Samuel Atandi. The Honorable Member for Alego Usonga is seeking to have the National Assembly resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Development, supports and promotes local fertilizer manufacturing industries by investing in research and development to bolster the domestic fertilizer manufacturing sector. The national sensitization and support for combating sickle cell anemia and hemophilia diseases by Honorable Peter Nabulindo is yet a motion featuring heavily in today's order paper.
Order, members.
Quorum has been.
We have the quorum. Please call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, in this morning sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, and 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of Jomo Kenyatta Girls High School, Lobin Nomadic Girls Public Secondary School, and Ngao Girls Secondary Schools. Number 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2024 and the certificates therein in respect of Independent Policing Oversight Authority, Independent Policy Oversight Authority Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme, Receiver of Revenue Statements, Ministry of Defense, Witness Protection Agency, Staff Motor Car Loan Scheme, National Humanitarian Fund, Kenya Pipeline Company Limited, Establishment of Bus Rapid Transit Line 5 Project EDCF, Loan Agreement number KEN 5, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project Grant, credit number 6768 KE, State Department for Transport, Nairobi Intelligent Transport System, Establishment and Junctions Improvement Project Phase 1, ECDF Agreement Loan number KEN-C, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, Ethiopia Kenya Electricity Highway Project, ADB Loan number 21001 50027 Mariakani Substation Project ID number PZI FAO 044 Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Eastern Electricity Highway Project IDA credit number 5148 KE, AFD loan number CKE 103001B, ADF loan number 21001 527 Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Kenya Institutional Strengthening Project Phase 13, number UNEP KEN SEV 92 INS 66, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Nairobi Rivers Basin Rehabilitation and Restoration Program, PKE EBO 010 Sewerage Improvement Project Phase 2, at the Waterworks Development Agency, Africa Environment, Health and Pollution Management Project, National Environment Management Authority, to 20 kV and 132 kV transmission lines and substation, Exim Bank of India funded projects, Kenya Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Ketraco, Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, IDA credit number 6768, Kenya Revenue Authority, Public Debt Management Support Program or Project, ADB Grant Agreement number 5500155013 the National Treasury, Supporting Access to Finance and Enterprise Recovery Project, IDA credit number 70K018 KE, the National Treasury, Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility, RKFINFA, IFAD loan number 200000421 and IFAD loan number 20000042122, the National Treasury, Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project number P164654, IDA credit number 63480 and grant number TFOA 9527, National Drought Management Authority, Menengai Geothermal Project, agreement number 103801 K Geothermal Development Company Limited, Bogoria Silali Geothermal Project, loan number 201366103 Geothermal Development Company Limited, Mwea Irrigation Development Project, loan agreement number KEP 27 National Irrigation Authority, Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project, credit number 6348 KE State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs, Aquaculture Business Development Program, IFAD loan number 2000052 and 200002614, State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, and finally, Honorable Speaker, Kenya Youth Employment Opportunities Project, credit number 5812 KE, State Department for Labor and Skills Development. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Hold on. Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, we shall reorganize the order paper a bit. We will prosecute order number 8, order number 9, order number 10, order number 11 and 12. Then we will revert back to order number 7.
Order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of business from the provisions of Standing Order 43.
Majority Leader. We are on order number 8 on the exemption, the procedural motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 in today's order paper from the provision of Standing Order number 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware and as members are aware, is that Wednesdays are preserved for private members' bills and motions, Honorable Speaker, and this then is placed rightly to move then to consider that the House considers to move this private members' business for today and replace it with the businesses that appear as orders number 9, 10, 11 in today's order paper, so that we can be able to dispense of the very important businesses, Honorable Speaker, that are ahead of us, owing to the fact that we are going or proceeding for recess from tomorrow, and it's only important that we finish the very, very other important business that is ahead of us. So I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and I request the Honorable Chairman for the delegated committee, the Honorable Wamechoka, to second.
Honorable Wamechoka.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Of course, I rise to second what the Chief Whip has moved. Madam Speaker, it is a very important motion. Very important in the sense that if we do not agree, we will lose certain businesses. And you know, Madam Speaker, on Friday, at exactly 12 o'clock, we have the SGR, the Speaker's special train. So we must dispense of this business so that we can go with the Speaker's train on Friday at 12 o'clock without miss. And you know, it's very important. And as you know, we have the East African Games. And I want to thank the Honorable Osoro. The Honorable Osoro has been very active visiting Mbaraki. And he has ensured that the turf, what is it called? The tartan turf has been fixed. It was, in fact, he ensured that it was flown from Spain to Mombasa. And I've just seen the video this morning in which it's now been laid. And I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, that we have gone to other East African Games. This will be the only one where it is run on a tartan. It's run on a brand new tartan. And so this elevates Kenya to #1 in the East Africa region. And others must follow. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
I hope, Honorable Wamechoka, that the performance will be as good as the facilities. Honorable members, I therefore propose that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I therefore put the question that this House resolves to exempt the business appearing as order numbers 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, order Honorable Maingi, in today's order paper from the provisions of Standing Order 43, being a Wednesday morning, a day allocated for business not sponsored by the majority or minority party or business sponsored by a committee. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. Question to be put.
Majority Leader. putting the question. Honorable members, allow me, order, Honorable Nyikao. Allow me to put the question that the Senate Amendments to Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023 be now considered. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, the Tax Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2024, question to be put.
Honorable members, I put the question that the Tax Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2024, be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to make amendments to tax-related laws and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, question to be put.
Honorable members, I put the question that the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 54 of the Constitution to restructure the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and to provide for its functions and powers, to provide for the institutional framework for protecting, promoting, and monitoring the rights of persons with disabilities, to provide for incentives and reliefs, and for connected purposes.
Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, we shall defer the putting of question under order number 12, and we'll revert back to questions and statements under order number 8. But before then, I have a communication to make. Under order number 2, I have a communication on withdrawal of specific provisions in the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024. Honorable members, this is a communication regarding the withdrawal of specific provisions contained in the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024, which we will consider shortly in the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable members, as you may be aware, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024 was published by Kenya Gazette Supplement number 195 of 1st November 2024 to effect various amendments to 9 statutes. The bill, which is sponsored by the leader of Majority Party, was read a first time on 13th November 2024. Thereafter, the bill was referred to the Departmental Committees on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and the Departmental Committee on Finance, National Planning for consideration of relevant provisions in accordance with the respective mandates, with the lead committee being the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning tabled the report on the bill in the House on Monday, 2nd December 2024. Thereafter, the bill was considered and passed by the House at second reading on Tuesday, 3rd December 2024, and committed to the Committee of the Whole House. Indeed, as you may have noticed on today's order paper, the bill is scheduled for consideration in the Committee of the Whole House under order number 11. Honorable members, before the House proceeds to consider the bill in the Committee of the Whole House, I wish to notify the House that I have since received a request from the sponsor of the bill, the leader of the Majority Party, by the letter dated 2nd December 2024, seeking my consent for the withdrawal of the proposed amendments relating to the Scrap Metal Act, Cap 503, as contained in the bill. The amendments seek to alter the composition of the Scrap Metal Council. In the letter, the leader of Majority Party notes that the House recently passed the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023, which included amendments to the Scrap Metal Act, Cap 503. In passing the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023, the House amended the very same provision that is now contained in the Business Laws Amendment Bill 2024 and referred it to the Senate for consideration. According to the leader of the majority party, it would be untidy to consider amendments to Section 4 of the Scrap Metal Act, Cap 503, while the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 67 of 2023, awaits consideration by the Senate. Honorable members, having considered the justification by the leader of the majority party, I have acceded to his request to withdraw the provisions relating to the Scrap Metal Act Cap 503 as contained in the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024. In this regard, the bill will therefore be proceeded with in the Committee of the Whole House without reference to the withdrawn provisions and will be considered as though the withdrawn amendments were not part of the bill ab initio. I thank the leader of the majority party for being hawk-eyed in ensuring effective processing of legislation, especially during this hectic period before we proceed on recess. The House is accordingly guided. We go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Well, the first statement will be, the first statement will be by Honorable Member for Dagoretti North, as annexed in the order paper. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, if not in the House, it is dropped. The next statement will be by Honorable Anjiko Mohia.
I'm present. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the connection of transformer delivered to Kipipiri Technical and Vocational College in Kipipiri constituency. Honorable Speaker, in February 2024, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPOC, delivered a transformer to the Kipipiri Technical and Vocational College as part of the electrification efforts in the constituency. However, despite the progressive step, the transformer is yet to be connected to the grid. This has severely impeded the institution's ability to run critical training programs, particularly those requiring electrical equipment and modern technology. Furthermore, this situation has hindered the college from achieving its objective of equipping young people with the skills necessary to compete in the job market. It is worth noting that the technical and vocational training institutions play a pivotal role in fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and individual growth. The lack of power supply therefore undermines not only the development of Kipipiri Technical and Vocational College, but also the broader national agenda of advancing technical education and addressing youth unemployment. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, to provide reasons for the delay in connecting the transformer at Kipipiri Technical and Vocational College to the grid, hindering access to power by the college and adjacent community. 2, to indicate timelines for the connections of the transformer to the grid for the college to benefit from this critical infrastructure. And finally, to indicate measures put in place to ensure that such delays are avoided in future. Honorable Speaker, noting that you are very constrained of time and noting that we are ending this session on Friday and noting that this transformer was delivered back in February, the school closed in April, they closed in August, they have closed in December. I would request you if you could guide the chair to ensure that this is connected by January. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see the Chair for Energy is in the House. Can you give an undertaking?
Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I have the answer to this question. So maybe I can give the response. And the issue of maybe the response from the ministry will be just procedural, because I've had a discussion with the ministry and also Kenya Power on the same issue. And I want to confirm to the House that this particular transformer, currently the technical college is served by 200 kV transformer, which also serves the community. And
Honorable
Kenya
Kawaya,
Power has
Honorable
made an
Chair of
undertaking.
Energy,
Yes.
do you have it written?
No,
You-
but Honorable Speaker, you remember the substantive speaker ruled that you do not have to wait if you have the answer, because you really must understand your ministry. I do not need to have a written response for me to comfortably and be able to respond to this particular question. Just wanted to confirm to the member that the transformer will be installed on Friday. That is tomorrow but 1.
Honorable Anjiko, that is satisfactory enough?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the chair, and I beg the other chairs to work promptly like Honorable Kawaya.
To be as
Thank you.
efficient.
As efficient as such, and I know the residents of Kipipiri and indeed the area within Mawingu will go for Christmas being very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very well done. Member for North Hor, Honorable Wario.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44C, I rise to request statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of the construction of Shegel-Maikona Road connecting Saku and Northern constituency. Honorable Speaker, on 17th August 2022, construction of Shegel-Maikona Road commenced under contract number Kenha RDD 3637-2022, which was awarded to Zongumei Engineering Group Limited and Midland Construction Company Limited at a cost of 7,836,751,654.
Honorable members, order, Honorable Wario. The consultations are too loud. Kindly let's maintain some decorum. Continue, Honorable Wario.
Thank you. This 74.3 kilometer infrastructure project was initiated to improve road connectivity in Northern constituency. However, in October 2023, the construction works were discontinued, with the contractor reducing operations and finally relocating equipment to other construction sites within the country. Honorable Speaker, Northern constituency is the largest constituency in Kenya, yet it lacks any paved road infrastructure. The absence of tarmac road continues to restrict mobility, particularly during rainy season when existing roads become impassable for extended periods. This also impairs access to critical services like healthcare facilities, education, and markets. Additionally, the delay in construction affects the implementation timeline of the multiple development initiatives in the region, including the Kengen wind power projects in gas area. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure addressing the following. Report on the status of the Shegel-Maikona Road construction, including the financial and administrative factors that have led to the delay in the construction. And finally, interventions by the ministry to ensure the completion of this critical road infrastructure, including the revised project implementation schedule with the specific completion dates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This statement is to the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Honorable GK, are you as efficient as Honorable Kawaya? Do you have the response?
I don't have the response right away, Honorable Speaker, but if I'm given time, I will respond as soon as
How
we are
long?
back after this.
Honorable Wario?
Honorable Speaker, this issue was raised several times and also had discussion with His Excellency and also the ministry. So I really need if this information can be sorted and probably responded by tomorrow. Because the factor that really affects the people of North Hor.
I will commit it to the committee. Honorable GK, you realize we are taking a long recess. If you can do it before, the better. But it has to be satisfactory.
We only have one day, Honorable Speaker, but if he requires response in a day, we will do our best. We can give little information.
Do your best to get it
Yes, we will.
before we break. We have some responses from some committees. Number one, again, the question by Honorable Adewario to be responded by the Chair, Agriculture Committee. Before we go to the response, there is one by Honorable, there is a request by Honorable Ariko, who is not in the House, was committed elsewhere, has delegated Honorable Joshua Oron to ask for the statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This request for a statement regarding resettlement and land tenure for squatters in Boma slums and Oljarai Farm is on behalf of the Honorable Ariko Namoit MP, member of Turkana South constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on lands regarding resettlement of squatters in Boma slums in Eldoret and Oljarai Farm in Naivasha. Honorable Speaker, marginalized communities across the country, including the Turkana, have historically faced severe challenges in accessing secure and equitable land ownership rights. Article 43 of the Constitution guarantees every person to the right to property and protects against deprivation of property or any interest in land. Despite this constitutional entitlement, many marginalized communities continue to face considerable barriers to secure land ownership, especially those located in Boma slums in Eldoret and Oljarai Farm in Naivasha, Nakuru County. Honorable Speaker, the issue of land insecurity continues to undermine the well-being and social stability of the affected communities. In the case of the Oljarai Farm, its ownership has been in dispute for over 40 years, resulting in loss of life, property, and even disruption of peace. As the tussle continues to drag on, the marginalized communities who are settled on these lands by the government risk being displaced. It is therefore essential that the land tenure rights of such marginalized communities are protected, and the principles of equity as enshrined in the Constitution are upheld. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Lands on the following: a comprehensive report on the demarcation of Oljarai Farm, indicating when title deeds will be issued to the minority communities such as the Turkana, who have been settled on the land for over 40 years. 2, the measures put in place to ensure that the minority communities in Boma Slum and Oljarai Farm are consulted on any decisions taken to the said parcel that affect their livelihoods. 3, the steps being taken by the government to resolve the long-standing land ownership dispute over the Oljarai Farm and mitigation measures in place to ensure timely and lasting solution of the dispute. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Just to notify the House that Oljarai is actually in Gilgil sub-county. And I know some members have come to me, including the member of Narok East, asking why, because I had raised it as a petition yesterday. This is a statement and it has its own life also. So it will be committed to the Committee of Lands. We'll go now to the responses on food crisis in arid and semi-arid areas by Honorable Adewario, Committee of Agriculture, Honorable Brighton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I'm responding to the statement by Honorable Ade Wario, MP. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, Honorable Aden Wario, MP, requested for statement on 18th of September 2024 regarding the perpetual food crisis in arid and semi-arid land in Kenya. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues raised in Parliament in the statement. Number one, plan on how the government intends to leverage on demonstrated capacity of transformative projects in technology, water, and large-scale infrastructure projects to prioritize food security and enhance the dignity of the population in North Or and of ASAL regions in Kenya. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, in collaboration with various stakeholders, through the holistic approach of transforming food security, has put in place a number of strategies to tackle food insecurity in ASAL, guided by the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy, ASTGS. The ministry is focusing on three key outcomes: increasing small-scale farmer incomes, boosting agriculture output and value addition, and strengthening household food resilience. The key initiative supporting the transformation of food systems include promoting sustainable farming practice and investing in irrigation and water management system to mitigate the sector's vulnerability to drought. The initiative includes Food System Resilient Project, FSRP, which was initiated in March 2024, and it's supposed to support development and rehabilitation of water structures for increased water and livestock irrigation. It's supposed to support the livestock breeding. It's supposed to support feedlots, demonstration of light in schools, institutions, market infrastructure like hay stores, production aggregation centers, and roll out agripreneur model, and that involves onboarding of business accelerators and agripreneurs in all wards. There is also the enhanced water infrastructure. The National Irrigation Authority has built about 35,000 water pans across the 31 counties, including the ASAL counties, and is also rehabilitating small dams and water pans. The water pans can irrigate up to 48,000 acres. There is also the emergency response, emergency locust response project, ELRP. The first phase of the project was to respond to the threat of the livelihood posed by the outbreak of desert locust and strengthening systems of invasion preparedness that impacted on the ASAL counties. The second phase is supporting communities to regain the lost livelihood. The key interventions in this phase are provision of assorted crops and livestock input packages for individuals, provision of emergency livestock feeds, provision of tracking water, communities, and human use, strategic supporting treatment for livestock, improve pasture production, storage sheds, and development and rehabilitation of water pans and boreholes. There is also this digital extension service. The ministry has rolled out the e-extension service to ensure dissemination of agriculture technologies. The e-extension service aimed at reaching out to over 7 million farmers. Through the various apps, farmers can get real-time access to information, weather updates, market prices for the support crop production, and manage their farms and connect with the buyers and suppliers. There is also the promotion of drought and tolerant crops. The ministry is collaborating with county government in promoting drought-tolerant crops like green grams, cowpeas, pigeon peas, pearl millet, and dry land maize in both ASAL and non-ASAL counties. ASAL counties received 395 metric tons of assorted relief seeds like rice, maize, beans, green grams, and cowpeas, worth 91,622,000. The target counties were Makueni, Machakos, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Kitui, Lamu, Isiolo, Wajir, Bungoma, Kakamega, Taita Taveta, Tana River, Mandera, Garissa, Marsabit, Baringo, Kwale, Nandi, Siaya, Laikipia, Kisii, and Elgeyo Marakwet. The assorted tree seedlings like avocado, mango, macadamia, coconut, and cashew nuts worth 524,770,000 were distributed to both Asal and non-Asal counties, beneficiary counties being Embu, Meru, Kiambu, Lamu, Kilifi, Makueni, Kitui, Baringo, Bomet, Marsabit, Wajir, Laikipia, and Samburu. Access to financial service and credit. The government, in collaboration with private sector, has made significant strides in enhancing agricultural productivity through access of credit programs like Kilimo Biashara program, which provides low-interest loans to farmers, facilitating access to necessary inputs like seeds, fertilizer, and equipment. There is also the Crop and Livestock Insurance Program. The program has benefited 16 counties, including Kitui, Makueni, Tharaka Nithi, Samburu, Marsabit, Kwale, Machakos, Embu, Mbeere North and Mbeere South, and Meru. 200,000 smallholder farmers have benefited. Question number 2 is explaining as to why the government allocates substantial resource for relief food annually, but minimal or no resource for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound smart food security program in ASAL regions. Honorable Speaker, the government has been allocating substantial resources to relief foods for food security programs in ASAL regions. The ministry has allocated resources to various programs geared towards addressing food security in ASAL regions. However, there is low allocation of resources to mitigation risks associated with food and nutrition crisis. The ministry is spearheading a development of national preparedness plan for food and nutrition crisis in collaboration with stakeholders. Question number 3, response number 3, a comprehensive report on all food security and drought resilient projects with corresponding budgets by both government and donor-funded projects that have been implemented or are ongoing in North Ore constituency and other ASAL regions. Honorable Speaker, the government approved funds for payment of salary arrears for employees of state-owned sugar companies. However, the funds are yet to be released due to lack of exchequer. They will be released as soon as the money is available. Statement number 4 that was sought is a comprehensive report on the status of sourcing a strategic partner to invest in the restoration of the company to profitability, hence improving the welfare of smallholder sugarcane farmers and employees of Sony Sugar.
Hold on. Honorable Brighton, that's the next statement. You have finished with one statement. Let us hear Honorable Ario whether he's satisfied. Take your seat, Honorable Brighton.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've clearly listened to the response by the ministry, but unfortunately, the responses are inadequate and not satisfactory. If you look at the amount of money that has been allocated year in, year out, for the last several years, billions of money have been allocated for ASAL, especially for food security. But if you look at what happens every second year when you're experiencing drought in this country, we lose millions of livestock. People are dying. So the interventions that has been planned for is not really reflecting on the ground, as not really supporting the communities to be able to transition from doses of relief food to be food secure. So basically, I strongly feel that the amount of resources allocated is not really translating on the ground and it's not meeting the needs of the people in ASAL. So on this matter, I really request for the ministry to give us a concrete plans and strategies with timelines on when pastoralist communities in the ASAL will be made to stand on their own, produce their own food, and able to feed it. Because if you look at the ASAL of this country, the land is immense. Water potentials are quite immense. and the asal of this country can really feed this country. Instead of always giving us food, we really need the government to invest in infrastructure, in food security, so that pastoralist communities are able to produce their own food and feed this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Brighton.
Sorry, there was a mix-up in with regards to question number 3. No, the response number 3 and 4. It continued with the sugar thing, and I think they were asking about comprehensive report on food security and drought resilient project. But my response to
are you confirming you haven't responded to number 3?
Yes, number 3, response to number 3 and 4. Number 3 and 4, because I don't have the original. Request for statement. I only have number 1, 2, response to number 1 and 2. Number 3 and 4, I don't know whether in the original request, whether there was number 3 and 4, because they've continued with the issues of sugar, which will be responded to.
Honorable Ario, the issue of Sony sugar is totally different. It's a question by Honorable Awino. It's totally different.
That's not mine, yes.
Yes. So, Honorable Ario, can you confirm if all the questions have been responded to? Because the clarification you have sought is not on the questions, it's on the visibility of the allocated funds on the ground.
Honorable Speaker, what I said, first, the issue of sugar is not my question. Secondly, what I wanted is, we wanted, over the years, if you look at what has been allocated and what has been implemented on the ground, it's not really commensurate. Most of these projects, which has been detailed in the response, if you go on the ground, you will not find them. Because with the billions of money allocated for these food security projects, people in the ASAL are always facing perpetual food crisis. People are dying, livestock have perished, no restocking was done by the government. So basically, I strongly feel that the response is really inadequate and insufficient. Thank you.
We will make progress. Honorable Brighton, just for that clarification only, because the member is asking, what are the strategies from the ministry?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I want to respond this way, that we've called the relevant ministry to come and give us all the projects that are attached to the various programs that are ongoing in the ASAL region. For example, if it's emergency locust response project, we need to see which constituencies are benefiting and which specific projects are being implemented and where. And that is why we've invited the relevant ministry, because there was also a relevant question previously concerning the same, and we will combine both and make sure that we give justice to and proper response to the member.
Thank you, Committee of Agriculture. I think going forward, ensure you call the person who has requested the statement. Let Honorable Ario attend if that meeting is done, so that he can also put the question directly. I think it would help a lot so that you get clarity you're looking for. The next question by Honorable Walter Awino on the revival of South Nyanza Sugar Company, Sony Sugar, and other state-owned sugar mills. Still Committee of Agriculture. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand pursuant to standing order number 44-2C on the issue that Honorable Walter Wino requested for a statement on 14th of November 2024 regarding the revival of Sony Sugar Company and other state-owned factories. The Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues. Number 1, on the outline of the plan in place by the ministry to urgently procure new crushing equipment for Sony Sugar Company to replace the old one, which was acquired in 1979 and now requires 400 million to maintain for maintenance and to keep on operating. The ministry responds that there is no plan by the government to buy new crushing equipment for the company. Plans are underway to lease the company and other government-owned sugar milling companies. There are 4 others. The leasing of the mills will inject private sector capital that will be used to modernize the mills and restore efficiency. The second issue that Honorable Walter was asking for was an immediate and long-term strategies the government plans to implement to curb the frequent equipment breakdown, which impacts heavily on the the company's output, and it results in low production and low morale among workers and farmers. And the response is as follows. The recently enacted Sugar Act number 11 of 2024 provides for sugar development levy. The act appropriates 15% of the levy for factory development, rehabilitation, and maintenance. Sony Sugar Company will be able to access the funds to facilitate rehabilitation and the factory maintenance. The third issue that Honorable Walter Winner had requested was be given the reasons why there has been delay in paying the outstanding salary arrears of 800 million Kenya shillings for Sony Sugar Company workers who in the past have endured various economic hardships and the poor working conditions at the factory. And the response is as follows, Honorable Speaker, that the government approved funds for repayment of salary arrears for employees of state-owned sugar companies. However, the funds have not yet been released due to lack of exchequer. They will be released as soon as money is available. The fourth issue that the Honorable Walter Winner had requested and asked was a comprehensive report on the status of sourcing of strategic partners to invest in restoration of the company to profitability, hence improving the welfare of smallholder sugar farmers and employees of the Sony Sugar Company. And the response is as follows. The cabinet approved the write-off of debts owed by state-owned sugar companies in July 2023 and adopted the leasing model. Parliament approved the write-off of the debts, payment of suppliers, farmers, employees, and arrears in September 2023. The leasing model was adopted and a tender document prepared for a request for proposal to be led by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. The request for proposal was floated with a closing date of 29th of February 2024. The process was, however, stalled due to a petition filed in court by Mr. Martin Nyongeza Barasa, citing lack of public participation in the leasing model. Stay orders were granted by the Honorable Justice Chacha Mwita. The matter has been heard and the ruling will be delivered on notice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Awendo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have gone through the response as read by the Honorable Mutunga. However, I am not satisfied, especially with the part of payment of salary arrears. They have indicated that they requested for money from the Treasury and they are still waiting for the money. Madam Speaker, they have not given us an indication on when this money is likely to be released or be paid to the farmers, considering that the farmers have been waiting for the same money for over 5 years, Madam Speaker. So I think it would be important if we get an indication on when these monies will be released, instead of telling us that they requested for money from the exchequer and they are still waiting for the same. And on the issue of leasing or rehabilitation of these factories, let us wait for the court ruling, which they said is supposed to be coming soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mutunga, do you have the when?
Honorable Speaker, what the ministry says is that money is apportioned but not released. They do not have exchequer. And the exchequer is an ongoing concern. It's not something that they can give a definite date. I'm not defending the ministry, Honorable Speaker, but I will forward the request to the ministry to expedite the push for release of the exchequer so that they can pay this, the workers. Thank you.
Member for Awendo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether it is possible to get an indication of when, Mr. Mutunga, because this one without timeline or without time frame is very difficult. I don't know what is it that I'm going to tell the workers that have been waiting for payment of their salary arrears for years, that they are waiting for the exchequer. So we need to know. We are talking about salary for services that have already been rendered. So is it possible to know when the exchequer is going to release the funds? Thank you.
Chair, do you have anything more to add? Anything
I
more
do not,
useful?
I may not be able to competitively answer that question, Honorable Speaker. It's only the minister who can tell us.
I would propose that you get back to Treasury and you can get back to the member as soon as possible, considering that we are going for long recess by maybe tomorrow afternoon. The next statement is on the status of construction of Cheborge Junction, Kipwasituya Market Road, and the Sotik Silalo Road by Ambassador Sigei. Chair, Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to respond to the statement request by Honorable Sigei, Ambassador. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 2nd October 2024, the member for Sotik, Honorable Sigei Francis Kipyegon, Arab MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the State Department, of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding unmarked bumps along the Shaboge Junction, Kipwasiria Market Road, and Sotik Siraro Road. To Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the member for Sotik, Honorable Sigei Francis, sought to establish, among other things, one, the challenges experienced by the project leading to prolonged delay in completing the upgrading of the said road, and whether the full contract sum for the project was paid to the contractor and the justification for payment despite the project being incomplete. 3, an update on when the contractor will resume the works and expected timeline for completion of the road, considering that the Sotik Silaro section is impassable. 4, the measures being taken by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to ensure that value for money is obtained with respect to the project without causing significant inconveniences to the locals, and alternative measures for the impassable sections of the road. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport through the Clerk of the National Assembly, which I now wish to make. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the challenges experienced by the project leading to the prolonged delay in completion of the upgrading of the said road, the ministry acknowledges that the project for the upgrading to bitumen standard and maintenance of Chaboge Junction has suffered prolonged delays in completion. The 18-month project, which commenced in August 2021, was intended to be completed in March 2023, but has since lasted 38 months. That is 211% time lapse. The main reason for the delay in completion of the project is due to inadequate financial capacity of the contractor, namely MSQ Construction Company Limited. 6, Honorable Speaker, concerning whether the full contract sum for the project was paid to the contractor and the justification for payment despite the project being incomplete, so far, Honorable Speaker, the contractor has been paid his advance payment amounting to Kenya shilling 59 million, and is contractually, which is contractually obligated. He has since not raised another certificate for processing and has consequently not been paid any further amount. Honorable Speaker, regarding the update on when the contractor will resume the works and the expected timeline for completion of the road, considering that the Sotik-Silalo section is impassable, the ministry through KERA served the contractor the requisite notice of slow progress in August 2022, thereby commencing the process of terminating the contract due to non-performance. Furthermore, the agency has convened a management meeting with the contractor with a view of identifying ways through which works at the project can be fast-tracked and completed in the shortest time possible. To this end, the contractor shall be further required to provide a detailed schedule of works with clear timelines for the completion of the project. In the event that there is no immediate improvement in progress, KERA shall invoke the relevant contractual clauses and initiate mutual termination of the contract with a view of repackaging the remainder of the works to form a new contract and proceed to identify a contractor through a competitive procurement process. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the measures being taken by the ministry to ensure that value for money is obtained with respect to the project without causing significant inconveniences to the locals and alternative measures for the impassable section of the road, I would like to submit that the ministry commits to ensure that all works on the road adhere to acceptable engineering standards without fail to guarantee value for money at the project. This shall be through existing contractual and administrative controls that are designed to ensure the requisite quality is upheld. In regard to maintenance, the contractor is under instruction to maintain the entire road ahead of works and shall be tasked to prioritize ensuring mobility of the road in the immediate term. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Ambassador Sigei, is that satisfactory?
Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the answer from the Chair of Infrastructure. But, Madam Speaker, it has fallen far short of my satisfaction. Number one, since 2022, Madam Speaker, is a very long time, and nothing has happened. People are suffering. People are coming from Jeburga area, coming to Sotik. It's a big problem. Vehicles we have had breakdowns of vehicles passing that route, and there's a lot of wear and tear of the owners of vehicles in that road. Even passing there on foot is a big problem. So, Madam Speaker, I really want to ask the chair to give me more information, especially on what he said that the contractor have been instructed to continue maintaining the road. Madam Speaker, there is nothing going on. The road has never been maintained. It is in bad state, and I would like to know what can be done so that people can be passing there and do their business. Madam Speaker.
Chair.
Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the honorable member, and here we are dealing with a crooked contractor who has been paid money to commence his works at the project, but he has not done what is expected of him. So, Honorable Speaker, will do our best to ensure that this contractor either pays back money to government, to KERA, or he must do what is expected of him. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There is always contractual responsibilities, and I think, Honorable Ambassador, the chair has given a commitment that it will either be terminated or the person has to come to the ground. What I would ask is that, Chair, that you take it up to expedite from the ministry so that you lessen the suffering from Ambassador Sigei's people. Ambassador Sigei, you still have something else to ask?
Madam Speaker, I am satisfied, but really I want to know how people can be passing there comfortably. It's in part state. Chair.
Do you have any mitigation, Honorable Chair?
Honorable Speaker, it is said that government exists to do the greatest good to the greatest number of its people. So we ensure that the greatest good is done for the great people of Sotik. We'll do our best as a committee to help.
Thank you. Honorable members, we are done with statements. We'll go to the next order.
Order number 13, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, will be done by the Vice Chair, Honorable Ekomas Mutuse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move the following motion, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd December 2024, and pursuant to Article 250, Sub-Article 12 of the Constitution and Section 16(1) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, Cap 7H, is read together with Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. This House approves Mr. Abd Ahmed Mohamed, MBS, for appointment as the Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, just briefly to state that the nominee, Mr. Abdi Mohamed Mahmoud, appeared before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is satisfied that the nominee was recruited through an open, transparent, and competitive process in accordance with the relevant provisions of the law. The Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is equally satisfied that the nominee meets all the constitutional and statutory requirements, in particular, those on citizenship, leadership, ethics and integrity, and tax compliance.
Honorable Rahim, what is out of order? Hold on, Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want the chair to repeat the name because I think he has read the wrong name, which is not in the order paper.
Honorable Mutuse, you know, unlike the other time you are moving to remove someone from office, this you are putting into office, so be factual.
I am not sure the member was listening because I read the name of Mr. Abd Ahmed Mohamud, MBS, and that is what is in the order paper. That is what in the order paper.
It has been Honorable Rahim. It is not Mohammed, it's Mohamud as on the order paper.
In case of any doubt, the nominee who was vetted by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and who is in the order paper today, seeking approval of the House, is Mr. Abd Ahmed Mohamud, MBS.
Continue, Honorable Mutuse.
So as I was saying, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee is satisfied that one, the nominee was recruited through the correct statutory procedure. He was recruited openly, he was recruited transparently, and he was recruited competitively, and therefore satisfies the relevant provisions of the law. The Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs is equally satisfied that the nominee met the constitutional and statutory requirements for the appointment to the position of Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, in particular, the provisions of the Constitution on citizenship, on leadership, on ethics and integrity, on tax compliance, as well as obligations to the Higher Education's Loans Board. We are also satisfied that the nominee has the relevant abilities, experience, qualities, and meets the needs of the office to which he has been appointed. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of members, the nominee has worked at the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the last 19 years, occupying different positions as a senior investigator, as director of investigations, and currently as a deputy CEO. He is the first chief executive officer to be nominated and if approved to get office who has been working in ESCC internally. The rest have all come from outside. And in our questioning during approval, we were satisfied that he has the necessary qualities to take the war on corruption forward. He did enumerate several achievements in terms of recovery of assets of about 4 billion shillings each year on cases that, as the director of investigations and then the deputy CEO, he has superintended all the way through courts so that illegally acquired public assets are recovered. And therefore, we now seek the House to approve Mr. Abd Ahmed Mohamud to be the next Secretary and CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, I now call upon the Chief Whip, the Honorable Member for
Honorable
Mugirago to
Mutuse,
second.
hold on. Honorable Member for Mavoko, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was listening to the mover, I didn't hear him point out how many nominees, how many persons had applied for that position. You only spoke of this gentleman who was the deputy of the outgoing CEO. I would have wanted to hear.
Honorable Mavoko, Honorable Member for Mavoko, hold on. Maybe the second I will give that information. So hold on, hold your horses. Honorable Mutuse.
Mr. Speaker, I think there will be time for debate and the Honorable Member will be able to voice any concerns that he may have at the time of debate. Procedurally now is my time to move the motion. The motion gets seconded, you open debate. In case there are any issues, they will be raised during debate and will be able to respond adequately.
Yeah,
But,
I want to confirm that during the debate, you can actually respond to the issues as you reply.
As I will reply, we will respond to those issues. With tremendous respect, you know, the member for Mavoko has been here for several years. So we now call upon the Chief Whip, the Honorable Osoro, to second.
Honorable Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I rise to second, and also I may wish also to respond to my friend, the Honorable Member for Mavoko, that what is before us, Honorable Speaker, is the report on the interview, or rather the hearing that was done by the committee for the nominee, a specific nominee. As you may be aware, the committee on JLAC does not conduct an interview for all the nominees. So there was a nominee before us, and that is the nominee that we are, debating about on his report and his suitability to hold the specific office. To the question on the others that showed interest, which is in public domain, there are other agencies that were mandated for that. That is why we have the board of the ESCC chaired by Bishop Oginde, and they then submitted a nominee for vetting. And that is the report you are debating, Honorable Speaker, today. Honorable Speaker, I want to second this with tremendous respect and support entirely the report that the JLAC committee committed to and really did diligently. Honorable Speaker, the most important thing that should be stated is that there should be an element of motivation for junior officers whenever they work in public spaces. That if you are a junior officer or a junior nurse or a junior doctor in a hospital, your motivation is that someday you will rise through the ranks and become a CEO of a hospital. If there is no other reason that this House should support this candidate, Honorable Speaker, that should be the only reason. Besides everything, if nobody finds any other reason, this should be the reason. Why, Honorable Speaker? This particular officer, Honorable Speaker, started as a police officer, a career police officer, who has risen through the ranks. As a police officer, you all know the responsibilities of a police officer is to investigate, to do arrests, to take suspects to court. And this particular nominee, Honorable Speaker, started as a junior police officer, joined the service in 1999, rose through the ranks in 2000 up to 2005. He became a regional manager of, when he moved now to the ESCC, became a regional manager, then became in charge of the Coast region, became a senior officer, the rapid response of the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission from 2005 and 2012. I mean, this is a guy that has got institutional memory of the ESCC, Honorable Speaker, that with the tip of his fingers, he can be able to highlight all the cases in the ESCC. Because even as we speak, Honorable Speaker, the nominee acts as the director of investigations of the ESCC. He's been serving in that capacity, Honorable Speaker, from 2012 to 2022. Honestly, what other motivation would you give a junior officer in the ESCC other than promoting or rising or having this very senior officer rise through, become the CEO of that particular place, serve in his capacity as CEO, reorganize the structure because he knows the history, he has the facts in the office, and that is, Honorable Speaker, there wouldn't have been a better candidate to serve in this capacity, Honorable Speaker. And that is why when we looked at this report, Honorable Speaker, when we looked at his CV, we looked at his history, we looked at the way he handles questions and the way he answers, then we looked at his PR, the way he talks to people, because an investigator is not just a commander. He's a person that really needs to be a person who's got some very good public relations as they do investigation. We couldn't find any reason to deny this candidate an opportunity to serve the country. Honorable Speaker, of importance is the fact that this particular nominee, Honorable Speaker, has never been mentioned on any matter to do with integrity. Serving under ESCC, Honorable Speaker, comes with temptations. We all know that we've got, people around who are engaged in corruption. And police officers and investigative agencies have in the past been accused of taking bribes, have in the past been accused of taking money so that they can be able to protect criminals and such like that. This is an officer, Honorable Speaker, that has served in his capacity as deputy director, as director of investigation from 2012 to 2022, without a single complaint of any person raising the question of integrity about his character. Serving as a director of investigation, Honorable Speaker, comes with huge and immense responsibilities, where every file of investigation falls on your table. Every serious file of crimes, again, financial crimes and crimes, the economic crimes, Honorable Speaker, falls on your table. But it is quite applaudable, Honorable Speaker, that in his capacity, in this time of service of 10 years, not a single person has come or raised the question of his integrity. Even as we were doing this, when the memoranda was raised, when we invited members, Honorable Speaker, to raise the memoranda, to tell the people, of course, to bring forth their challenges or their complaints they may be having against the nominee, Honorable Speaker, not a single one brought the issue of integrity, not a single one brought the issue of bribery, not a single one complained and said, he was harassed when he was serving in this capacity. Honestly, Honorable Speaker, we want to urge this House that if there is a nominee or if there is a place that will serve, will be able to help this country, is by pushing a person that knows. He's actually a person who talks less, speaks less, but acts more. We have had a history under ESCC where we have had CEOs that talk too much, but they do little. You will see a lot in the ESCC. We only want to urge him, with going by the presidential address that was given, His Excellency the President read here, in the fight against corruption. Now that your body is independent, ESCC is independent, this House commits to even allocate you more funds. Please arrest, have several corrupt people arrested. Corrupt governors, corrupt CEOs, corrupt ministers, any person that is engaged in anything, corruption. Have them arrested, have them tried. I see Okay, let me not say that because there could be some interest, and I don't want to say much. Somebody raised an issue and said, we are telling him to arrest so and so, and then they said if he hasn't arrested so and he keeps working with him, I don't want to say who, but I'm sure he'll arrest all the corrupt officers and all those people that are engaged in matters corruption. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I request and urge this House to support this report, to approve this nominee. We have a lot of pending businesses about investigation. We have a lot of pending businesses on corruption that are already before the tables of EACC. Please approve this great gentleman of this country. Let him serve. Go ye serve diligently. I beg to second, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I therefore propose a question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Secretary/Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, laid on the order, Honorable Anjala, order, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd December 2024, and pursuant to Article 250(12) of the Constitution and Section 16(1) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, Cap 7H, as read together with Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mohamud, MBS, for the appointment as the Secretary/Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the vetting process and their report. I've listened to the mover and the second, Honorable Speaker, and I think they have already prosecuted their case well, more so the seconder. The Chief Whip, the way he has presented this case, you would imagine that he knows this gentleman for many years. But I do agree that it is important for the country to see those people who have grown within the system being promoted. It gives them a lot of morale to work hard. It gives them hope because they know that one day you can be the CEO of the institution if you have just grown in the ranks, Honorable Speaker. And what is very interesting about this particular officer is that he has been in the investigative department for many years. So I know he knows what is supposed to be done. But Honorable Speaker, I want to share some statistics so that even as we approve this particular officer, because personally I have no problem with him taking over the position, but I think we need to put some statistics out there so that he knows what will be facing him in the very near future. Because I think, Honorable Speaker, the best way to test whether an institution is working is what Kenyans say about it. Honorable Speaker, every year, through Transparent International, we do conduct what we call Corruption Perception Index. Every year it comes out. And honorable members, it's important for you to note the following. The 2023 CPI, Corruption Perception Index for Kenya, where the range was from 0 to 100, where 0 means highly corrupt, and 100 stands for very clean. Kenya scored that one out of that range, way below the half mark, which means we are in the class of highly corrupt. In terms of countries, honorable members, Kenya was ranked 126 out of 180 countries. And that's what it says about this institution. We know, honorable members, corruption is a serious problem to many countries. Why is it serious? It is serious because it diverts the resources, public resources, to the pockets of very few. And in that case, you are not able to grow the economy. You are not able to address issues of poverty. So, what it means, honorable members, is that this gentleman called Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mohamed, who is an insider and who knows a lot, he needs to be very much aware of these statistics. So as he takes over, the expectation of this house and the expectation of Kenyans would be able to see the CPI improving for this country. And the chief whip, I think it is important we note the baseline where he is starting. He is starting at position 31, it is starting at position 126. So that in 5 years, in 10 years, we'll be able to be able to measure his performance. And if we go that way, we'll be helping this country. So I really have no problem with this, him taking over the position, but I thought it is wise to share these statistics. But the last thing, Honorable Speaker, as I see it after supporting. Honorable Speaker, if you look at what has been happening in this country, the EACC and the DPP, the so-called Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, we have seen some exchange of letters which are not good for this country. And many years, we have been pushing that the EACC is given some prosecutorial powers so that they can investigate, arrest, and prosecute. But we know our constitution does not allow that. So that is a challenge which to some extent has to be addressed, Honorable Speaker, if we have to give teeth to this EACC. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the appointment of Abdi Ahmed Mohamed and wish him well as he proves these statistics. I submit.
Major Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank the Committee of Justice and Legal for a good report that they have presented, well articulated. And I want to, at the forefront, support the approval of Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud as EACC CEO. Honorable Speaker, this candidate or this individual has worked in EACC for a number of years. Actually, is an individual that has grown through the ranks to become the deputy CEO of the same institution. That gives hope to many Kenyans that you can rise from the bottom all the way up and be recognized and be appointed. Mr. Abdi has previously served as an investigator several years back. Over the years, he has never had integrity issues as he performs his duties. Mr. Abdi is a soft-spoken, but I know he can bite. I want to echo what the other Honorable have said on the issue of ACC's powers to prosecute. Remember, some times back, there were issues between the DPP and EACC. EACC work is to provide the file sent to DPP. That means they don't have prosecutorial powers. But remember, there are a number of properties that were recovered over the years by EACC to the tune of billions. And that docket was under Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud. I feel and I know that Mr. Ahmed will be able to perform his duties as CEO. He's an insider. He knows what goes inside the EACC. He has done it before, and I am 100% sure that he's able to do his work very well. So I want to urge this House, with all due respect, to ensure that let us support individuals who have risen through the ranks and worked in institutions to be promoted and appointed in those positions. Previously in this same House, we have made noise about people being brought outside from other institutions to head certain institutions which they have no history, no knowledge about it. But Mr. Abdi has vast knowledge of EACC, and he has done it his work well before being appointed as deputy CEO. Before his appointment or this nomination, he was the deputy CEO, just a heartbeat away from a CEO's position. That tells you he has performed very well and he can still perform as CEO. So with those few remarks, because I'm sure many members want to contribute, I want to urge this House to support the nomination of Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud as our next CEO, and I want to urge him also to ensure that he does his work well and ensure that with a soft spoken, he must bite and fight corruption in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Keses? If not in the House, we'll have the member for Buri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the report of the committee. Madam Speaker, members of this assembly, the CEO of EACC will fight corruption being perpetuated by Kenyans of all origin. Madam Speaker, let us not try to look at Mr. Abdi as a Kenyan from a certain region. Madam Speaker, the mistake that we are going to do is to start now profiling some areas on some people. Let's look at Abdi as a Kenyan who deserves to serve this country. I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Abdi has distinguished himself academically. And I really want to thank him because as a police officer who has served as a constable, a cadet all the way to senior superintendent, he possesses masters in law. He has attended various leadership programs in the world by FBI, Israel, just to name a few. This is one character that has brought out an image of what a real CEO in an institution like East Africa EACC. Madam Speaker, I stand because we are all fighting corruption. I am convinced beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Abdi has the experience. He has grown within ASCC as an organization. He understands the operations, Madam Speaker. I haven't come across any objection when the process was going on to say that he is not qualified, that to say that he has no experience, to say that he has indicated and that he is not going to succeed. I join the other members. Please, let's look at this case very objectively. I saw Abdi himself presenting and representing, defending the position of EACC. And I think from an institutional point of view, that is a person that we need to trust. Madam Speaker, I join to say this. Corruption has really messed up this country. Mr. Abdi knows the loopholes. I have looked at the document and I've seen that they asked him so many serious questions, particularly on areas that he has identified as the key loopholes for corruption in this country. Madam Speaker, I have noticed that he has come up with a very serious strategies on how to fight corruption. So, Madam Speaker, I'm asking these members, please, let's facilitate, fast track, and approve because there's a lot of work that need to be done at the EACC. Secondly, Madam Speaker, there has always been conflict between the DPP and EACC. I believe from what I've read from this report that he is going to work out a structure, a relationship that is going to frustrate, that is not going to be conflicting every time. We saw sometimes back where the DCI and DPP, they were in conflict. We don't want people conflicting. What EACC is an independent organization. We trust in our EACC. We trust that they will fight corruption. There's somebody who was shouting and saying that we are giving this position to people from one region. I totally disagree with that statement. Although it was not on record, somebody was shouting. So we are not going that direction. We want to give this Kenya the best people, and we believe Abdi has the ability to do that. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Honorable Umi, nominated Harun, nominated member.
Thank you, Speaker, for the chance. I just want to thank the committee for the great work they've done in considering this particular candidate for the position of CEO EACC. And I have followed the work that he has done, having grown through the ranks from the first time he joined the institution up to now. This is just very encouraging for people who are even working in other agencies, coming from junior ranks to become the CEO and to head the agencies. So I just want to appreciate the experience he brings to the institution, considering he has institutional memory. And if approved, I want to encourage him to ensure that all pending cases are executed with professionalism and that he's able to give the needed support that the country needs. I want to congratulate the CEO, and I wish him all the best if this House approves. And we hope that many will benefit from his experience. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Adagala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, also to give me this opportunity to speak towards Abdi, who has been nominated and has been vetted by the Jailer Committee to take over the leadership of EACC. Madam Speaker, if I can remember in the last parliament, I was in Jailer when you were vetting the outgoing CEO. He promised to do exemplary work, which I have seen he has done. There is a lot of money which has been recovered, assets recovered, and a lot of other things that he has done. And I want to thank the Jailer Committee. When they vetted Abdi, they have given a good report, and we are very sure since Abdi was the assistant of the outgoing CEO, he has been working with him together, and I know he is going to do a good job. This is not an easy task. It will need dedication. It will need a lot of his time. It will consume a lot of his family time and his friends' time. He has to work well for this country because corruption and other related cases are the ills that are disturbing us in this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to say JLAC did a good work. They vetted this incoming. If this House approves him, we are very sure that he's going to do a good exemplary job from where the outgoing left, and he's going to do more. We have seen cases whereby there has been a lot of differing between DPP and the EACC. Right now, we are hoping they're going to work as one team to ensure that process of corruption and any other ill monies gotten from corrupt means should be recovered, and most cases should be followed and be handled in a very good manner. Therefore, I want to see the way he's going to work. If you look at him, he's risen throughout the ranks. And this one shows that any other person will be happy working in an organization, knowing very well you can rise from a junior rank to the next level, up to even including holding the CEO's position. Therefore, we as Kenyans, we want, on behalf of the people who voted for me, I want to say that I'm supporting this nominee, and as he takes over, let him do an exemplary work for the Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this JLAC report, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. The Father of the House, Honorable Kainan.
By tradition, thank you, Madam Speaker. By tradition, you should have started with that. So you're breaking the tradition.
Out of order, Honorable
Anyway,
Kainan.
let me go to this. I was just reminding you that, Madam Speaker, the history of EACC and the evolution has been Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, she's asking me to thank you. I say thank you, Madam Speaker. The history of EACC. Can I have peace from my neighbors here? These good people from.
Honorable members, keep the consultations to the minimum. Honorable Kainan.
Madam Speaker, the history and evolution of EACC has been turbulent, has been confusing, but luckily, the current constitution, the framers of the current constitution have decided to put it in perspective. And courtesy of the same constitution, we have now a constitutional commission, which is not at the direction of anybody. Only the constitution directs how that organization is going to be run. Madam Speaker, you're also aware that in the past, the leadership of this commission has also been dominated by people from the academia world, technocrats, and all of them who have not been insiders actually to the commission. Their performance, both summative and formative, Madam Speaker, is something that is well known to the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the current candidate meets, first of all the constitutional requirements from Chapter 10, Chapter 6, Article 77, Article 78, Article 118, Article 124, Article 232, Article 250, all the legal requirements. Two, the candidate has also all the educational requirements. In fact, if you look at the CV, the candidate is a practicing lawyer. The candidate has also a master's degree in security. The candidate has also a degree in public administration, meaning this is a go-getter. It's a person who has all the educational requirements. If you look at also this candidate has also been subjected to public vetting. He has also gone through all the necessary vetting requirements. He has also been vetted, cleared by all the critical investigative institutions. But Madam Speaker, what is consoling is this is the time when the commission and the appointing authority decided to reward professionalism, an insider, a person who has been part of the making of EACC. And I think that's what this institution lacked. And therefore, what it means is that there is respect for professionalism, both, in an organogram, in an organizational structure, there is the vertical structure of the organization and the horizontal structure. That's a human resource term. Madam Speaker, once this candidate who has joined the investigative agencies, from a police officer, a cadet, all the way to an insider in the ACC, until today he is the acting CEO of EACC. It's a remarkable journey, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the appointing authority, the panel that interviewed, for picking a candidate who is an insider. And I hope that is going to translate into action. Madam Speaker, on the face of it, the Kenyan society has been complaining. And I think we need to appreciate as leaders the changing dynamics of the Kenyan face, Madam Speaker. Today, as part of our governance platform, the social media effect is real. Anybody who wants to take the Kenyan community for a ride, we are not living in the past. The Kenyan society has changed. We must be part of the changing realities. What are the changing realities? We have a highly well-informed society. And even we as the leadership, we must take this into account, because if we don't change, we'll be changed by force. What are these changes? Everything that we used to hide under the carpet is now before the public domain. And therefore, what is our task? What is our responsibility as the leadership? Is to make sure we also align our thinking. We also align our behavioral activities. We also align our mandate with the changing realities of the people of Kenya. And I hope and pray that all of you will approve Abdi, because he has the competence. He has been an insider. He meets the professional qualification. He has met every aspect of the legal requirement. What is remaining, Madam Speaker? Because this organization, having seen and having reflected on the socio-economic and political dynamics of the Kenyan society, we need a neutral organization that deals with corruption on its own platform, not at the instigation of politicians. And that is why I'm happy, not at the instigation of any other person. That's why I'm happy today that there are categories of leadership that I describe as test tube leaders. Test tube leaders is one who is manufactured in the boardroom. But this is a self-made technocrat. And therefore, it means objectively, realistically, constitutionally, statutorily, when he sits on an issue, that issue will get the best consideration. What is the best consideration? Objectivity, professionalism, legal mind, and application of the law without fear, without favor, without any consideration, without any other bias. And that's why this House, I want to urge this House to wholeheartedly support this so that Abdi takes this organization to the next level. What is the next level? A level where every Kenyan is subject to the direction of a constitutional requirement. A level where every Kenyan will get a fair, objective treatment as dictated by the Constitution. With this, Madam Speaker, I support the approval and I support the report of the committee and thank the committee for doing a good job within a very short time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Rahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues in in asking for the approval of Honorable or Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmood. Madam Speaker, a lot of other colleagues have said Mohammed. It's Mahmood. You know, they confuse Mahmood with Mohammed. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Mahmood is qualified and should be in that office by right, being the deputy CEO, and now he is the CEO. But Madam Speaker, we need to give EACC more teeth, and I hope the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee can work out something that we can have an amendment to the laws that EACC can be even prosecuting. Because we have seen recently, Madam Speaker, where the DPP withdraws a case right at the end, where the EACC has taken a case, it's in court, and right at the end, DPP just withdraws when one witness is left to testify. And I think that is completely wrong. And many a time, the courts have refused to withdraw cases by DPP even when EACC is not comfortable. So, Madam Speaker, with this, Mr. Abdi, I hope he can pursue the way Mr. Twalib was, and he can get down to work so that we can get the corruption suspects behind bars, and the DPP should not just be doing withdrawing cases, should go to the legal conclusion so that we can get this country corruption free. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I join the others in asking for the approval.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank also the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs for a job well done, for a thorough job that they have done, because their report is very clear on what their mandate was, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker. They have done a good job because when I went through the report, Madam Speaker, they have looked at every aspect that is required to look into a nominee, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is a Somali gathering here, Madam Speaker. I don't know what they're talking about in their mother tongue. Madam Speaker.
Member for Wajir West, you look like the chair of the Kamukunji. Keep the consultations as low as possible.
Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, the issue here we are looking at is the suitability of the nominee. Is he suitable for this job? Is he the right person? Does he have the right qualification? Does he have the requisite papers to do the work? Madam Speaker, all those boxes were ticked by the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Any other business here is sideshows, Madam Speaker. You don't get employment in Kenya because of the community you belong to. You get job on merit. You get a job because you're qualified. You get a job because you can do it, Madam Speaker. You get a job because you are the right person to do that job, Madam Speaker. There were applicants that applied for this job. There were many. It was not only one person. There was a short list. There was a process that was followed. And the process, the job application was open to all Kenyans, Madam Speaker. And many Kenyans applied. And in their own wisdom, the recruiting, people decided to shortlist and came up with his name and sent it to the president, and the president sent it to parliament for vetting. And what we are doing is the process of vetting, Madam Speaker. So the issue here we are looking at is the suitability of the person. And the person is suitable, Madam Speaker, because from the report of the committee, it's very clear that this is a veteran investigator, Madam Speaker. Is somebody who has spent all his life in doing this job of investigating people, in looking at corruption cases, criminal cases, and all kinds of things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let us not derail. Let us not dismiss merit just because of, ethnic, profiling and ethnic, sensationalization, Madam Speaker. We know in this country, there are offices that have been occupied before by communities, people from the same community who are basically next to each other. Some of them from the same villages, Madam Speaker. And nobody complained. People said, if they are qualified, let them do the job. What we are interested in is the qualification of the person, not where he comes from majorly. Because, Madam Speaker, we can only have one CEO. If there were 8 CEOs, then we can say, give every region one person. But, Madam Speaker, this is just one office. It must be occupied by one person at certain time for a period of 6 years. And for those people who are opposed to him because he wants, or within the course of duty, he testified against you, that is the nature of the game. That is his work. There's nothing we can do. When we were dismissing the former deputy president, he testified, Madam Speaker. Why? Because he was the acting CEO of the Anti-Corruption Commission, and he had to do his job. And it is Parliament that requested him to come and give evidence, Madam Speaker. He didn't come on his own volition. So, Madam Speaker, I want to urge members that this, as per the report of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, not my report, even though I'm a member of the committee, not the report of any other member here, the report of the committee that was given the mandate to go and inquire into the suitability of that candidate came back to this House with unanimously that this is the right person, he's qualified. Because I don't want to create here a trend where you're going to profile people and deny them jobs because I'm worried for my child. After I leave office, my child might be brought here looking for a job and say, oh, this is another Junet's son, he's from this community, that community. Myself, I don't represent my community. And I'm not interested in representing my community. And I will never do it. I am doing my third term. I have never been elected by my community. They will never elect me. I don't want them to elect me unless I'm running for president. When I want to run for president, they must elect me. That is a responsibility they must do. But when I want a member of parliament, I want to be a governor, I want to be a senator, I don't want their vote. I have other voters who are Christians, who are non-Somalis, who are Kenyans, who know what democracy is, who know what Kenya is, who know what cohesion is, who know what people living together is, Mr. Speaker. Not like my community ancestral, who keep on fighting over small things, over constituencies
What is out of
and
order?
municipalities,
Kainan,
Madam Speaker.
what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Junet? And I do know, me and him, originally, we come from Mandera. Originally, that's our birthplace. The person who has the first right over you is the person who has mentored you, the person who has taken you through the process until you become something that anybody will be very proud of. So Mzee Sheikh Noh and my good aunt and everybody else who mentored Junet at his tender age, proudly, let me finish. Proudly,
Honorable Kainan, order.
Until
Order.
the point of order is this.
Order, Honorable Kainan.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Order.
Can I finish?
Order, Honorable Kainan.
I'm coming to something.
I think you have already spoken to this motion. Honorable Junet has described his voters. I don't think anything is out of order at all. At all.
Can I finish?
At all.
Junet, is he in order? And this is the point. He is elected by the good people of Migori, that we appreciate. But he's also a product of a very good community called the Somali community.
Honorable Adan, Honorable Kainan. Out of order.
Therefore, is he in order to say that he's not their vote when they have been part and parcel of the making of the good Junet?
Out of order. You're out of order, Honorable Kainan. You have already, I think Honorable Junet was very clear. He has not denied his heritage. He has only described his voters, which is totally acceptable. What is out of order, Honorable? What would be out of order, Honorable?
No, I am still on Honorable Junet, Honorable Speaker, because Honorable Junet has stated that he does not need votes from his people. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Junet has been voted by all the communities that live in Migori, including the Somali community. So which people was it? I wanted him to clarify, Honorable Speaker, that which particular people was he calling his people and not his people? Who are not his people? Who are not his people?
Honorable Junet, you have heard the 2 points of order.
Madam Speaker, let me respond to both of them. Madam Speaker, first.
Do you want to be informed by Honorable Member for Buri? Honorable Indikiri. Give him the microphone.
What Honorable Junet is saying, he is not going to seek for elective position in Mandela, where he came from. If I got it right, and I'm sure that was he was implying. You will not go to Mandela, you will not go to where you belong to. Honorable Kainan should not fear anything. Junet is not going back to Mandela. Thank you, Manuel.
I am not sure that information was for you, but I think he has helped you answer the question. So kindly continue.
I think the information was for Honorable Kainan. But Madam Speaker, you see, what Honorable Kainan is raising is what was raised when the Constitution was being passed. That does life begin at conception, when it is conceived or when you are alive? So if he's talking about conceiving, that's a different matter. But when I am an old man like this, I belong to Migori. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, it is true I rely on votes of all communities that live in my constituency. But I don't rely the votes of the Somali community to be a member of parliament in my constituency. It is negligent. It is small. It's minute. They cannot even make me an MCA. So I know where my voters are. Yeah, my voters are the people of Migori, all of them. But Madam Speaker, having said that, now I've lost my thought process, but I was saying that the candidate we are also today vetting or approving in this house, Madam Speaker, is a candidate who has all the required qualifications. But having said that, I also want to speak to the candidate that he must do his job. Kenyans expect whoever is given match. There's also a Kisi here conference, Madam Speaker. The Somali one was behind me. This is Kisi now. Madam Speaker, the issue here is that he must do his job. Kenyans expect of him much. Whoever much is given, much is expected. One of the cancer that has eroded the gains of this country, Madam Speaker, is corruption. And he's the one now who's being mandated to do the fight against that vice. If he knows and his conscience is not clear that he's not able to do this job, let him decline taking up this job. But if his conscience is clear that I am capable, I can do it, I have done it before, I rose through the ranks in the institutions, from the assistant director to deputy CEO, and now the CEO, if you are approved by this house. And your conscience is clear that you can do this job, then take up the job, if this house approves you, which I am asking and requesting members, because of the report we have been given by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and the man has ticked all the boxes that were what was required of him, let us approve him, let him do the job. This is one institution that Kenyans are relying on to make their lives better, Madam Speaker. Because you know, it has been clear, it has been said before that a third of our budget, and even the current Minister for Finance said 2 billion shillings are lost every day through corruption. This is the man who can stop it. This is the man who can do the change that this country requires. This is the man who can make sure the resources of this country go to where it is needed, where you need to put your food where your mouth is, or your money where your mouth is. This is the man who can assure us doing that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this institution called EACC has gone through many phases. I remember one time, Senior Counsel PLL Lumumba just ran away. Or the House brought a bill that removed him as a CEO because of the confusion that was there. He didn't know even how to deal with these people. People kept on talking about big fish, middle fish, small fish, white fish, black fish, all the fishes, Kamongo, in the Lake Victoria where we come from. Madam Speaker, this man, whom we are giving this job, if we approve him, Madam Speaker, must bring at least 70% of corruption cases to conclusion, Madam Speaker. Many of corruption cases in court have been lost because of evidence, because of other issues, but I want to assure him that he will get the support of this House financially through budgetary support to make sure that this vice called corruption is eradicated in this country, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, he must work together with the office of the DPP, Madam Speaker. The DPP is also new in office. I think it's barely a year. He's doing his work. We can't, a lot of corruption cases have been withdrawn recently after the new regime came into place. But Madam Speaker, some of them were said to have been removed for lack of evidence. Some of them were said that the witnesses withdrew their papers or their witness. We don't know. But what we know is that corruption must be fought. And no other person is chairing now the commissioner than a bishop, a man of high integrity, a man that is respected in this country, Madam Speaker, a chairman who has, you know, good career in the religious sector, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I urge this House, let us pass this gentleman, because he has worked in this institution for long. He's a good man. He will do his job. So, Madam Speaker, and we will hold him accountable in this House, Mr. Speaker, because EACC reports to this House as a commission, as Chapter 15 commission. They are held accountable by Parliament. So we will hold him accountable through JLAC, through the floor of this House, Madam Speaker. But for now, since he is the best among the people who have been brought forward, I urge the House to approve him, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too want to thank the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, and the entire committee for job well done. Honorable Speaker, I wish to say this commission is the lifeline for us Kenyans. For us to be able, Honorable Speaker, to redeem the image of this country, corruption must be fought. For us to be able to assure the Kenyan community that things are working and make them have hope for a better future, corruption must be fought. Honorable Speaker, I know His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, has pronounced himself on corruption, and he is very clear in his mind that there is zero tolerance to corruption. Honorable Chair, I must say on the outset, this is a commission that requires a very bold, committed, selfless, self-motivated individual, a person who is a daredevil, because the terrain of fighting corruption in Kenya is so complicated. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say this particular nominee has been proven because he has been in the system, he has the institutional memory, he has grown in the ranks, and we want to trust, Honorable Speaker, that he will be able to redeem the image of this country. Honorable Speaker, it is important for him, just like the minority leader has alluded to, he must know that the task ahead of him is enormous. Honorable Speaker, he must be ready to fight and break the cartels, and at the same time, deliver this country from the tight chains of people who think that they own this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to state that corruption as we see today is so deep-rooted that even in the international community, we are being cited as one among the most corrupt countries. So, Honorable Speaker, as I support the committee and support this nominee, Honorable Speaker, I want to wish him well and trust that he will be able to take the mantle as the CEO of this very, very important body, and all our eyes are set on him, Honorable Speaker, and we wish him well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It's very nice to be back to this house after such a break. I know they've missed me here. But Honorable Speaker, for the person of Abdi Mohammed, Honorable Speaker, I want to unequivocally support this motion. Abdi is one such gentleman, is one such technocrat, is one such dedicated servant of this country, who if we put at the helm of the EACC, he will do a commendable job. Honorable Speaker, I want to, at the outset, to support the committee's report. I've read the committee's report, and I think they've done a wonderful job in assessing the quality of a person that we are putting in that office. And I want to urge members of this House, including my friend Elisha, to support Abdi Mohammed to be appointed the CEO of the EACC. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the curriculum vitae of this gentleman, he has a law degree. He has been properly trained, including training at the FBI. Very few Kenyans have been trained at the FBI. But this gentleman that we're putting in charge of the EACC has investigative authority and knowledge, ability that he will use to ensure that we cripple corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the CEO that is leaving, the outgoing CEO, Twali Mbarak, who has been there, has held forte, and has done his best for the country. It is time that Abdi, who has risen in the ranks of the EACC, who has knowledge about this country and has knowledge about profiles of corruption in this country, we have to give him an opportunity to run that organization, take it to the next level so that we be an example of how to fight corruption in Africa and in the world. And in the name of Abdi Mohammed, in his ability, and I believe that he can do a wonderful job for this country. Honorable Speaker, a lot of CEOs who come to that organization, get entangled by politicians, by many people, and they become very ineffective. But the time that Abdi has been in that organization, we have never seen any opportunity. We used to have a deputy CEO called Marebo, some name, Mabea, who was actually the face of corruption within the EACC. And he perpetrated that, including trying, Honorable Speaker. No. I can say that because, Honorable Speaker, the same deputy was taken to court on issues of corruption, Honorable Speaker. And those are facts, Honorable Speaker. But we have had Abdi, who has been there on that seat, and we have not had any issues, Honorable Speaker. And therefore...
Order, Deputy Majority Leader. Honorable Rahim, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader has to withdraw regarding Mr. Mobea, because if he is alleging that he was corrupt, he could not have been appointed he passed through this House to be appointed an ambassador for Ireland. So he has to withdraw, Madam Speaker. He has to.
Madam Speaker, the Deputy Majority Leader is my friend and a man I respect a lot. But Madam Speaker, I want to request him to withdraw because this is a house of record and this is a house of procedure. Madam Speaker, without any substantiation, Madam Speaker, you cannot say Mr. Michael Mobea was the face of corruption. Michael Mobea is one of the most distinguished career anti-corruption, crusaders, Madam Speaker. And subsequently was appointed as an ambassador to the Ireland. Mr. Speaker, I think he's talking about another person. He might be confusing the names. But that is not the Mobea that we know. Madam Speaker, I request that will be expunged from the record of the House, Madam Speaker.
You have made your point. The Deputy Majority Leader be
Madam.
guided by Standing Order 91 on statement of facts, so that you're not injurious to the person of another person with no facts.
Honorable Speaker, I am not in the habit of withdrawing, but I want to withdraw that statement because of my respect for the leader. And also because of statement
continue,
of facts.
Honorable Owen, you don't have to justify. Just continue.
So I continue, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, that I believe Abdi Mohammed, when he takes that position, he will ensure that there is integrity within the integrity community of EACC, because it has suffered a lot of backlash as an institution. It has been accused EACC has been accused as one of those institutions that has not fought corruption in this country vehemently. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge him as he takes over the mantle, and I want to ask members here to support him so that we appoint him, give him the job, but we'll hold him accountable for what happens in that EACC. You know, a lot of the time, a lot of the issues that I said, this government is corrupt. This government there has a lot of corrupt officials, but we have an organization whose job is to ensure we do not get into that pitfall. So the contradiction that we have an organization well-funded, an organization well-established. It has been there for many years, and yet we hear that there's corruption in this government. Today, when you hear the churches speak, they talk about corruption in this government. They talk about corruption, but we have a anti-corruption institution in this. What is it doing? So I want to say this, and I want to urge Abdi Mohammed that as he takes over the mantle at EACC, he fights corruption with every drop of his blood to ensure that this country is not ranked anywhere among the corrupt countries. That everybody else that will speak about, he will say that action has been taken and those that are corrupt are in jail and we do not have such things. Honorable Speaker, there have been many delays in terms of investigation. A case that takes, for example, 7 years to be investigated. We had this recent case where investigations went on and on until all witnesses died and there was nothing else to do. We should never. Investigation must be expedited, people taken to court so that this country, you know, there's a time the former president said we lose 2 billion shillings a day. 2 billion shillings a day through corruption. But that's an indictment on the EACC. What are they doing? What are they doing? So I want to believe that as Abdi Mohammed is approved by this House and given the job, he will actually ensure that this country moves forward in the war against corruption, and that will be a corruption-free. We must cripple this animal called corruption. And I want to ask members of this House to support Abdi Mohammed so that he gets this job and he does a good job. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
For proper record, Honorable Owen, it's Muhammad, not Muhammad, as had been corrected by member Honorable Dawood. The next chance will go to Honorable CNN, Honorable member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this special motion by my brother and my friend, Honorable Motuse. Together with committee, I want to appreciate them for the due diligence they have done to vet this candidate for this critical, important office in our country. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the person who is being discussed here is well known to me, and I have got no doubt he has got impeccable credentials to run this office if he is late and if he is actually enabled a given good environment, Madam Speaker, to execute his mandate. Madam Speaker, I will just point very well that in Kenya, we are ranked worldwide 126th out of 180. So we can call ourselves as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Madam Speaker, there is uphill task there to do for this Mr. Abdi to make sure we improve, at least we go below 100% out of 100 out of 180. Madam Speaker, the issues of corruption has taken us backward as a country. And if we can fight corruption, we are going to eradicate issues of inequality. Issues of, we are talking about equalization of funds. We are supposed to share our resources equitably so that we don't have to keep on allocating some of these funds, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to emphasize the issues of transparency and accountability in our offices. And that is why we need this office, and it's very important to do it. Madam Speaker, there is an issue I want to raise with this office. Once this gentleman takes office, we have to fight extortion, which has been going on, and blackmail in most of our offices when it comes to issues of procurement, Madam Speaker. And without hesitation, because he's qualified and we have had his academic credentials, we have had his work experience, and he has been in that office for long. I would like to just congratulate him and let him assume this office, knowing that he has to improve our corruption index level from 126. We need to be reading below 50 out of 180. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I fully support his appointment. Thank you.
Member for Wajir West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this report. From the onset, I want to thank the committee for approving and recommending Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud for the nominee of the office of the CEO of EACC. Madam Speaker, to start with, Mr. Abdi, as has been said by all the colleagues who spoke before me, was a career investigative officer. He started from a police officer. He went through the ranks to DCI, to again anti-corruption. I started with anti-corruption since the inception. He has been serving as the deputy CEO for the last 3-4 years. Mr. Abdi has clearly shown and expressed that he understands the process, the issues that pertains to corruption in this country. I have no doubt in my mind, Mr. Abdi will perform exceptionally well compared to the rest who served this position if he is appointed or approved today. Madam Speaker, Mr. Abdi not only ticking all the boxes, but also he has the academic and professional qualifications, as has been approved, has been indicated in this report by the committee. Mr. Abdi is a lawyer, he has a degree in law, he has masters, and he has the experience that is required to undertake this task. Mr. Abdi knows exactly what we need, what Kenyans need today. He has been in this game. He has been in the deputy CEO. He has tried his best according to what he has done. There is no iota of any wrongdoing in his character or anything. As has been said, Mr. Abdi being a Somali does not disqualify him or does not disqualify him being heading this specific docket. Mr. Abdi has came through all this, not because of a Somali, because of a Kenyan. He has all the qualifications, he has all the credibility, he has all the integrity, and I am sure beyond reasonable doubt, he will prove Kenyans that he's a Kenyan. He will, in fact, work hard to prove to Kenyans that anti-corruption for the first time can be changed from what it is to a better body that all Kenyans can rely on. As it has been said, that 2 billion Kenyan shillings is lost every day on corruption issues. It is unfortunate that we are in a country where 2 billion Kenyan shillings is wasted through corruption. And I want to urge my brother, Mr. Abdi, to pull up his socks, to know exactly what today he wants, to know exactly what Kenyans need him to do. Today, if he is approved, he should do things differently than has been done before. He should take the task as a gentleman, as a Kenyan, as a patriot, as a person with experience that was required to prove to Kenyans that Anti-Corruption Commission can do its work without political interference, without anybody's interference, and they can return the lost hope of Kenyans to this particular agency. I want to also advise our brother Honorable Abdi. Others have come in. They have been approved in this house to head this same institution. And some of them failed term. And they left this docket while they were not happy. Therefore, I want to advise my brother also to kindly pull up your socks and you understand the circumstances, the issues, the problems that are facing Kenyans in terms of corruption issues. Kindly pull up your socks and make us proud, because Kenyans today are watching you. They have bestowed their trust on you. They are hoping that you are the right person to lead this institution to a better place than it is today. With those few remarks, I want to thank the committee for the good report and approving Mr. Abdi for this position. Thank you.
The next chance will go to the member for Katanga, Wakili Moreu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ventilate on this motion. I want to confirm that I'm a member of Justice and Legal Committee, which burnt the midnight oil to vet this candidate. And I want to assure the members that we are found in fit and proper to be the CEO for the next years in EACC. Madam Speaker, maybe allow me just to give this House a few statistics to be able to show the extent of the job ahead of Mr. Mahmoud. Kenya is number 31 in terms of corruption index from Transparency International, and on a larger scale internationally is number 126 against 180 countries. Madam Speaker, the success index for this candidate is to ensure that Kenya moves out from number 126 to way below 100. The most clean countries out of corruption are Singapore, New Zealand, Finland, and also Transparency International says, or the reports indicates, that the most corrupt countries in the world are Syria, Southern Sudan, and Venezuela. But I'm Speaker, why I'm saying that is because I want the member, and in particular our committee, to know that the responsibility given to the sitting member, to the CEO, if this House is going to adopt this report, is that he has the corruption has an angle to the welfare of the country. The countries who have been mentioned to be most corrupt are the countries whereby they are poorest. The country whereby the index from Transparency International has said they are least corrupt, the standards of living of those people is very, very high. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the duty and responsibility of the CEO, if this House fights improper, is enormous, and we must make sure that that responsibility has come down. Madam Speaker, if I talk about corruption, Madam Speaker, is not a disease. It's not an issue of poverty. It is not a genetic inheritance that Kenya we are corrupt. Madam Speaker, corruption is just bad manners. Just bad manners, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, bad manners, the way to kill bad manners. I know there are courts, there are judicial process and the like, but also I want to urge the CEO to do differently from his predecessor. Bad manners can only be addressed by teaching people and linking corruption with poverty. We need to start curriculum in our schools to educate our children and our grandchildren that corruption will make this country remain poor,
We will miss the opportunities in education. They will miss opportunities at the workplace. They will miss opportunities at the medical level. They will miss opportunities to fully be able to actualize their living. And therefore, Madam Speaker, why I'm saying that is because, again, we know that the proposed candidate has been the deputy CEO in EACC, and therefore the failings in that institution, Madam Speaker, the failings in that institution can also be associated with him. And therefore, I just want to challenge him. There's work ahead of him, but as a member of this committee, I, the members, support this motion. He's the best candidate we had, and I'm sure he's gonna be able to change EACC and make Kenya a great country once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to lend my voice on the motion before us, the appointment of Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mohamud, MBS, as Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, obviously of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this commission is established pursuant to Article 79 of the Constitution of Kenya, and that's Chapter 6 of Leadership and Integrity. Honorable Speaker, the history of the fight against corruption in this country is a checkered history. It started during Moi days. It has gone all along. Regretfully and unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, is that the results have remained unsatisfactory in the eyes of Kenyans, has remained unsatisfactory in the national community, and probably is one of the reasons why our direct foreign investment have remained low because of various issues. Honorable Speaker, corruption is a cancer the country must fight. And when you look at various studies, Honorable Speaker, it indicates that corruption comes in different forms. Comes in the forms of bribery, comes in the forms of embezzlement, comes in the forms of graft, comes in the forms of blackmail, and most importantly, Honorable Speaker, comes in the form of influence peddling and abuse of discretion. We just hope and pray that the new man in charge will have the guts, will have the courage, will have all that it takes to slay this dragon of corruption, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans have lost hope, have lost confidence in the government of whichever level because of corruption. Many cases, Honorable Speaker, invariably, when you go to a public office, before getting service, you will be expected to part with something to oil the process. Even getting a letter moving from one point to another to get approval, you will not be surprised if even a junior officer asks you for a bribe. Honorable Speaker, it's so ingrained in this country, it has gotten to a level that nobody believes that you can get an appointment or anything in this country unless and until you know somebody in this country. Honorable Speaker, just a few minutes ago, a teacher has called me that she has been told that members of parliament have got letters of appointment for teachers. That she has been told TSC cannot employ you unless the member of parliament has given you a letter for employment. This mentality, Honorable Speaker, that nobody can get anything based on merit is something this commission must fight. Probably this commission is so focused on a narrow prism of their mandate, yet their mandate is so wide, literally covers everything under the ethics and leadership chapter. We just want to wish him well and ask him, go open your mind, Honorable Speaker. We lose a lot of money in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you walk to any hospital in this country, owned by the local government, the county government, or the national government, most likely you'll find no drugs. You'll find nothing. Yet we pump money every day into these sectors. Honorable Speaker, it is time to go and work. It's time for Mr. Mohammed to go and work. Forget the ethnic, forget the political networks, just simply go and work and net the grafters, those who believe, who are involved in corruption. There is a lot of wastage in our county governments. There's a lot of wastage even in the national government. There's a lot of wastage in state corporations. Train your eyes there, save this country, will develop. If we can save the amount that is supposedly lost every single year through corruption, through budgeted corruption, review everything so that we save this country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Deputy Majority Whip, Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important motion. And I join the other honorable members in approving and supporting this motion of approving the CEO, Mr. Abdi Mohammed. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through the report and the committee has done a good job. They have given his recommendation. They have taken every step that needs to be taken. And that is why I also want to congratulate the committee for the job well done. Honorable Speaker, as we recommend him for the position, we must speak on corruption, just as many others have done. Corruption in this country has destroyed our economy, has destroyed the future of many young people, has destroyed the progress in our country in many ways. Simply because everywhere you go, from the entrance to the top office, people need to be bribed. And Kenya is known for that. It is like a cancer that has no treatment. But we believe that Mr. Abdi will now change a lot of things because he's qualified, he is experienced, and he's also committed and passionate on transforming ethics and anti-corruption. Honorable Speaker, the unfortunate bit is for the last many years, we have pretended to be fighting corruption, but we have not achieved. And the question is why? What is hindering us? And the answer is we have not gotten a committed person to that office, in that office, who can fight corruption to the end. And as we encourage him to fight corruption, he needs a lot of our support, security, because most of these corrupt people can even decide to do away with you and finish you. And if the government can give him enough security, enough resources, because many files are there, but unfortunately they have not been prosecuted. So we need enough funding for this office, for this person and these people, so that they can do at least what we expect them to do. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate because today in Kenya, if you want your child to go to one of the best schools in the country, you must corrupt the system. If you want your child to pass previously, you must corrupt the system. If you want to buy anything from outside and bring to the country, you must corrupt the system. It is a system that has destroyed our country, and today, many religious leaders speak about corruption. But my question is, did corruption begin today? It began so many years ago. Since 1963, corruption has been there. And many people today accuse Kenya Kwanza government for corruption. And yet, this government has been in the office for only 2 years. Our president has been at forefront, fighting corruption and declaring his stand on corruption. But many people blame the government, saying that Kenya Kwanza government is a corrupt government. And yet, the many governments that have been there have always gone through this, and we cannot see much criticism as we are receiving. I know it is good to criticize the government, it is good to rebuke, and it is good for the government to listen to the ground and change. But it is as if corruption has just started. Unfortunately, corruption has been there. And if we are condemning this government, where have we been the other many years that has passed? And even for ethics and anti-corruption, that has been there for centuries and have not made serious steps, or has not done serious investigation, has not prosecuted anybody. I must say that as a nation, as parliament, we must say that we need serious report at the end of every year so that those people who have been found guilty can be presented to the relevant committee. Honorable Speaker, when devolution came, when our Constitution 2010 gave us devolution, it is like corruption was also devolved. There is even much corruption in the counties than at the national level. And the question, everybody is saying, okay, it is a corrupt, you know, for you to win a tender, you must pay 10%, 15%. Where are we headed to? The young generation are looking for the money to buy the tenders, to corrupt the leaders so that they can do shoddy work. A lot of money has been going to the counties, but it cannot be accounted for simply because corruption has been devolved. And my prayer to Abdi as he takes of this office, because he knows what is happening in all the counties. The idea of having ethics and anti-corruption at the regional level or in different areas, and yet we know very well that those officers have been corrupted and they are like paid by the individuals in the counties so that they don't take any action. We don't want to hear any of that. Let him be firm, let him take the necessary actions, let him also apply serious measures so that the corrupt leaders and the governors and the system at the county levels can also be controlled. If we don't do that, the idea of saying, let us fight corruption, we all sing the chorus that we need to fight corruption and we need to fight corruption, but no one is taking a serious action. And that is why today, Abdi, expectation is high on you. Kenyans have a lot of hope, and we expect you to take some serious measures on the corrupt leaders, be it politician, be it government officers, or anybody. We need to take some serious action. And what Kenyans want today, and especially with the taxation that is there, we are giving a lot of money, but everybody is wondering where this money is going to. And the many people say it is the corrupt system that consumes our money. Let us make sure that Kenyans give their money, but accountability must also be there. Kenyans are ready to sacrifice, but we must also sacrifice and make sure that corrupt leaders will be brought to books. Honorable Speaker, we cannot keep talking about this, but Abdi, as we are putting a lot of hope in him, must join us in transforming this country and making sure that Kenya is free of corruption. Thank you, and I support.
Major Deco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the motion that is on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, many of those who are before me talked about Abdi, and I also want to say I also know Abdi as an individual and who has served in many years in the investigative department of this country, having been a police officer, young police officer, risen through the ranks to head anti-corruption police unit before EACC came into being, and also one of the officers who established anti-corruption commission in this country. I am not surprised in the nomination of Abdi, having known him for many years, and I'm not surprised also the fact that he was was selected and nominated by Anti-Corruption Commission. That office is not a political appointment office. If it was have been a political appointment office, maybe the result will have been different from what we are discussing today. By virtue of him as a career civil servant in this country, and who has sacrificed his time and energy in being in the forefront against the fight and corruption, an EACC commission itself mandated to fight corruption, I did not expect any result from what they have given us as a nominee for the Anti-Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, Abdi cannot be the sole person who is expected to fight corruption in this country. This country, the issue of corruption is a cancer, it's a threat to our national security, it's a threat to our national values as a country, it's a threat to our service delivery, it is a threat to our coexistence as communities and society in this country. Corruption destroys the future of our next generation, and as a country, we must think twice on how to fight this issue. It is not the responsibility, it cannot be the responsibility of Abdi, it cannot be the responsibility of the president of this country, it cannot be the responsibility of individuals in this country. We must ask ourselves who are these, those who are involved in these things. It looks like it is every sector of this society that is involved in the corruption. This is a network, it's a cartel, and that cannot be left to an individual like Abdi and his commission and his staff. They must address the issue of involvement of many professional bodies for it to happen. What is the role of lawyers in this country as a professional group in the fight against corruption, or involvement in the corruption itself, the involvement of engineers, the involvement of finance and accounts people, the involvement of HR personnel, the involvement of teaching fraternities, the security agencies who are involved, and even the investigation agencies involved in this, and the DPP itself. So we must bring all these sectors and groups and professionals into play to understand how we will stop this issue. It cannot be left to Abdi as an individual, as a commission. Madam Speaker, as a parliament, we must also come in the forefront against the fight against corruption. We must fund that institution so that they perform their mandate. If we do not give them the enough required resources, they will not be able to fight this vice or this cancer that is affecting our country. With those few remarks, I stand to support the nomination of Abdi, and I have no doubt in my mind Abdi will perform his role. He will perform his role, but we must all play as a country. And I also want to advise Abdi as a CEO. Kenyans have lost faith in all the institutions that in this country, from the presidency, from parliament, from the executive, the judiciary. Every institution of this country, Kenyans have lost faith and hope in it. It is for him to restore that faith in his institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member for Ijara.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute this particular motion, which is a very important motion in our country. First, I would like to appreciate and congratulate the Committee for Justice and Legal Affairs for conducting a thorough vetting processes and presenting a comprehensive report on the nominee. It is clear from their finding that Mr. Ahmed Mahmoud is a man of integrity, competence, and committed to the public service. Madam Speaker, Mr. Ahmed hails from Ijara constituency, a fact that fills us with pride as a community. And in his previous role as a regional commissioner, as a senior investigator, as a director, and as a deputy CEO of EACC, Mr. Ahmed demonstrated
There is a point of order. Honorable Major Deco, what is out of order?
The member of parliament for Ijara constituency is misleading the House in the fact that Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud, the current nominee for EACC, comes from Ijara constituency. Abdi Ahmed Mahmoud is a voter in Garissa town constituency. and he votes in polling station Garissa Government Guest House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Ijara, I think we are going to have a friendly fire here, but I think one of them will have to give in. But honorable member for Ijara, does
Yes.
he come from your constituency or from Garissa town?
I think, Madam Speaker, I want to say and make it categorically very clear in front of this house that Mr. Ahmed comes from Ijara constituency. In terms of the genetical and geographical location, Ahmed belongs to Garissa County, belongs to Asal counties, belongs to Ijara. But even if he's a Kenyan,
Honorable member for Ijara, I think let's agree on Mr. Mohamud belongs to all of us.
yes.
Please, he belongs to Kenya.
Okay, okay.
Please
thank you.
continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Hamoud is a Kenyan, and he belongs to all of us, and I support that. So I want to say that in his previous role as a deputy CEO at EACC, Mr. Ahmed demonstrated extraordinary leadership. He spearheaded initiative to enhance public accountability, streamline institutional process, and build partnership to combat corruption. So and I believe if given an opportunity, Mr. Ahmed will not let down the Kenyans, and corruption is a menace. It is what is killing our generation. And I believe with the capacity and experience of over 19 years as an investigator and within the system, Mr. Ahmed will make sure era of corruption ends in this country. And if you check back the collision, the KK collision, it is very clear that our president and our coalitions, we want a zero tolerance to corruption. And through Ahmed and EACC as a commission, with that extra budgetary allocation, I believe Mr. Ahmed will deliver. And Kenyans, I want to just to tell Mr. Ahmed that Kenyans have high hope in your leadership. And it is your opportunity to make sure that Kenyans are satisfied with your work. And I believe you can do. With that few remarks, I want to request a support on the house, from the house to support Mr. Ahmed as the CEO of ESC. Thank you.
Kawanjiko.
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order 95, reading the mood of the House. The majority of the members are in agreement with the Committee of Legal and Justice Affairs that Mr. Ahmed Abdi be the be the secretary of the EACC. The mover be called to reply, Madam Speaker, so that we make sure that Mr. Ahmed, in the next few days, he takes the oath of office make sure that
Honorable Kawanjiko, do not take the shortcut to debate. You move that the mover be called to reply. I will put the question to the House as is on the standing order 95. So the House will make the decision. Honorable members, order. Honorable Dena, the speaker is on, you cannot possibly rise on a point of order. Honorable Kwenya, you do not shout in the House. We do things in decorum. Therefore, honorable members, I will put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Mutuse.
No.
Honorable Mutuse, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that there is a lot of enthusiasm on this issue, but be that as it may be, the matter must also come to an end. And therefore, in respecting the mood of the House, that we put this matter to closure, honorable members, including those who are my very good friends, allow me to reply as follows.
Honorable members, please be guided that debate closure and that standing order 95, you cannot donate minutes. Let me put that to close.
We are not able
Kindly
to donate
reply.
minutes, and I am properly guided.
I want to thank honorable members for the robust debate and for the robust contributions to the debate on the approval and appointment of Mr. Abd Mohamud to be the next CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. In doing so, the honorable member from Avoko constituency did ask whether there were other people who also competed for the same position. And Madam Speaker, I want to inform the House that upon the placement of the advert, a total of 172 Kenyans did apply for this position. 14 were shortlisted by the commission, and upon interviews, Mr. Abdi Ahmed emerged the best, scoring 83.5% among the 14 who had been shortlisted. Mr. Makali Mulu also gave us statistics upon which the basis for Mr. Abd Ahmed's work will be predicated, and we thank him for that. In terms of the several members who have spoken to the question of EACC being given prosecution powers, you are aware that prosecutorial powers emanate from Article 157 of the Constitution, and this question was actually put to the nominee, and I want to refer you to paragraph 60 of our report. And in paragraph 60 of our report, we are recommending, as the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, that the DPP does gazette lawyers working under EACC as prosecutors, because the DPP has that power to gazette prosecutors, so that lawyers who interact with cases at EACC may also have the opportunity to prosecute the same cases in court. Madam Speaker, I now wish to reply and request that at the appropriate time, the House does approve the appointment of Mr. Abdi Mohammed, so that at the appropriate time, he takes over from the current CEO, even as we congratulate him towards the end of his contract. Thank you, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Therefore, I put the questions, honorable members. Allow me to put the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Secretary/Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 3rd December 2024, and pursuant to Article 250(12) of the Constitution and Section 16(1) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act, Cap 7H, as read together with Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves Mr. Abdi Ahmed Mohamud, MBS, for appointment as the Secretary/Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. As many as are of that opinion say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 14, Committee of the Whole House.
Order members, we are in the committee of the whole house, and we are going to consider the Senate amendments to the statutory amendments, amendment bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023.
Senate amendments to clause 2.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 2 be now approved. Honorable members, the committee was in agreement with the amendments. So I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 2 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendments to clause 3.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 3 be now approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 3 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendments to clause 4.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 4 be now approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 4 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendments to clause 5.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 5 be now approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 5 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendment to clause 6.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 6 be now approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 6 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Senate amendments to clause 7.
I propose the question that the Senate amendment to clause 7 be now approved. I now put the question that the Senate amendment to clause 7 be now approved. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I would now like to call upon the mover. Please proceed. Please pass the mic to the majority leader.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Statutory Amendment Instrument Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Statutory Amendments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and its approval with amendments. I want to take that again. I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Senate amendments to the Statutory Amendments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and its approval without amendments. Honorable members, as you may be aware, we have several bills, so we are going to move to the next bill. Finance and Trade. I would like to find out whether the Chair, Finance, Trade, I can see the Vice Chair, but is the Chair, Finance in the House or anyone who has been appointed? Majority Leader, kindly approach the table. Honorable members, the Chair Finance is finalizing on some amendments, and you'll find that from clause 1 to 20 concerns the Finance Committee. We have the Chair Trade who is here. I know the Trade Committee is dealing with 20 to 38, but we'll make some consultations and then we'll make a decision. Good. Honorable members, Chair Finance is here. Chair Finance, you're welcome. Honorable members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole House, continuing, and we are dealing with the Business Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 49 of 2024.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, be patient. We are making some consultations and we'll start soonest possible. So, honorable members, on further consultations, we have agreed to start with the Tax Procedures Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2024.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Chair Finance.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 3 be amended in the proposed section 37E, is subsection B1 by deleting the expression that 1st December 2022 and subtracting therefore the expression that 1st December 2023. In subsection 2 by deleting the expression that 1st December 2022 and subtracting therefore the expression that 1st December 2023. And in subsection 3 by deleting the expression that 1st December 2022 and substituting therefore the expression that 1st December 2023 appearing in paragraph A. And in subsection 4, by deleting the expression that 1st December 2022 and substituting therefore with that 1st December 2023. This amendment is seeking to extend the amnesty period in order to increase the period under which the proposed amnesty covers, to ensure that more taxpayers take advantage in fulfilling their tax obligations without incurring interest and penalties, and earn the government more revenue in terms of taxes.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, those who want to participate in this, please go to the intervention button. The Honorable Rahim Dawood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the chair on this one. It's the proposal I had made yesterday, and I'm happy the committee has taken note of it and did the change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, and I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion? I can see the Honorable Mayaka. Before we put the question, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Chair, this is a very important clause. And the reason we support, and especially the amendment which most of us spoke to yesterday, on staggering the period for the banks to maintain minimum core capital banks. I just want to support this particular amendment because the staggered period now actually makes sense, and it's more realistic for the banking industry. So in as much as we want to bring sanity to that space, we also have to be very accommodative to especially the new banks. Clause 3.
Tax procedures. Honorable Mayaka, we went to the Tax Procedures Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2024. So, honorable members, I'll now go ahead and put the question. I go ahead and put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment? Chairperson? Clause 4. It is indicated that you have an amendment. Actually, Chair, you have one amendment and we have two others. So please confirm whether your committee has an amendment. We'll give you a minute to consult. Honorable members, we'll give 2 minutes to the chair. Chair, you are ready? Okay, you may proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 4 is amended by inserting clause 4 of the bill be amended in the proposed new section 37F is subsection 1 by inserting the following paragraph in paragraph B. We insert a new paragraph BA. It is in public interest not to recover an unpaid tax. This is making it mandatory that KRA must ascertain that it is actually in public interest that to recover that unpaid tax, Honorable Chair.
Chair, can we proceed? Honorable members, then I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Do I see any interest in this, honorable members? Honorable Shakil Shabil?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the amendment captures and I can see even the Chair of Finance seems to be a little unsure of about the amendment. It captures the word whether it is in public interest for the tax, for revenue to recover the tax, which is not paid. Madam Chair, that goes without doubt. Any unpaid tax must be recovered and it's all in public interest. So I cannot understand the amendment. However, if that is the gist of, if that is the spirit of the amendment, that the revenue, the taxman does not decide not to recover any tax because he feels that is not in the public interest. And this particular amendment intends to solve that particular problem, then I am fully in agreement. Otherwise, I'm a little confused because it's saying what is already in spirit, already meant to be the case. It is in public interest to recover all unpaid tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, the other two on intervention are not in the House. So I now put the question that clause 4, the Honorable Actually, I will put the question for this particular amendment and then we can, yes. So I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now go back to the one for the Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to refer the House to Article 210 of the Constitution of Kenya, which says there are only two ways of not collecting tax. Is either through a waiver or a variation. That is what Article 210 says. And it says whenever there is a reason to waive or vary any tax due, there must be a public record and reasons for that particular waiver or variation must be given and must be recorded. That also applies to Section 77 of the PFM Act. But there's a more fundamental constitutional question here. The power to impose tax is reserved for this House. In our constitutional organization, there is no other entity that can impose tax. And consequently, the power to forgive tax rests with this House, not with the Commissioner for Tax, not with the Minister for Finance. Therefore, I'm proposing that for any waiver or any variation that is supposed to be given, that decision must be made by this House. In other words, the Commissioner, where those four sets of circumstances arise, should prepare a list, share with the Cabinet Secretary, who then should submit it to this House for approval for any waiver or variation of tax. That is our Constitution. And any proposal to do it otherwise is actually illegal. and would be challenged in a court of law. And that is the gist of my proposals, proposed amendments, which I would urge this House. Even last year, we had similar clause in the finance bill that caused us a lot of problems. It has now been improved a bit, but if you read the way it has been configured, the decision is now being made exclusively by the Commissioner for Tax, Commissioner for KRA, and the CS for Treasury. And then they report here. And if you read, whether we annul the Gazette notice or not, whatever has been done will still apply.
Thank you.
So that is not what our Constitution requires. Thank you.
Yes, I'll come to you. I'll just propose. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Karoli Omondi. Chair, I start with the majority leader, then I'll come to the chair.
Chair, I oppose that amendment, and I completely disagree with what the argument being advanced by the Honorable Karoli. Because if you look at the bill, it already provides for the approval process by the National Assembly. And either approval or annulment. Honorable Speaker, there are things I would not want to mention, but there are situations, Honorable Speaker, when you will not require to come to the National Assembly first, because whatever tax you abandon, that gazette will come to the National Assembly for approval. And the National Assembly should never seek to micromanage either KRA or the minister or any ministry. And therefore, we approve. If we do not agree, we annul. And the annulment is a reversal of that process. It is not to mean that there was a tax being paid at that point. It was simply an abandonment of the tax, Honorable Speaker. And I would propose that we maintain it as it is laid out in the bill. In fact, the Honorable Karoli Omondi agrees with the bill that it is an improvement from what was there in the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, I therefore strongly oppose the amendment and maintain that we maintain it as it is in the bill.
Thank you. I would like to hear the voice of the chair. Let the House hear the voice of the chair also.
Honorable Chair, I want to again agree with the Leader of Majority. Honorable Pondi actually raises an important matter. However, one of the challenges that taxpayers were telling us they are going through, if, for example, you are supposed to pay, say, the taxes within 20th of the month, and on that 20th of the month, the KRA system is down, and therefore you are not able to pay, or the system is not able to accept your payment. That and therefore you start attracting interest and penalties, even when it is not an error of the taxpayer and it was not the intention of the taxpayer to delay that particular payment. That interest or that penalty will automatically accrue to that particular taxpayer. And the authority has no power to correct or to amend that interest or penalty, Honorable Chair. And therefore, this provision is giving now the commissioner at least some leeway. But we are also provided for that register must be gazetted, and it must come to this House after gazettement, Honorable Speaker, as long as the House is sitting. So this is trying to correct that complexity that taxpayers go through by making the commissioner not even be able to have a decision to remove the interest.
Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable members, I would like to put this to the House to make a decision. Well, I give you 1 minute, Honorable Karoli. Yes, but then we give you 1 minute. I'm sure you are looking at the clock. You have 5 minutes.
Just give me 1 minute.
Yes.
If you read the current draft, 34F 2, the abandonment, the decision, if you read it, it says once the commissioner communicates with the cabinet secretary, shall be deemed to be extinguished. In other words, the waiver has already been given even before the gazette notice is brought to the House. And if you go further and you read paragraph 5B, even if we annul the gazette notice, anything done without prejudice to the validity of that shall not be shall not be invalidated thereafter. In other words, this house is made completely a eunuch. We have nothing to do. Read it, it is there. So even if you disagree with me, let it go on record. What is being proposed here is unconstitutional. And let's not pretend about it. The power to tax rests with government, to tax Kenyans rests with this house. The power to forgive taxes rests with this house, no any other entity. That's the law.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Karoli Omondi. I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Karoli Omondi. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable members, the Honorable John Kagusha is not in the House, and his amendment was proposing a deletion. So, honorable members, I will now proceed. I now put the question that clause 4, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? I'm going to repeat. Okay, I now put the question that clause 4, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chairman?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 5 be amended by deleting paragraph A and substituting therefore the following new paragraph A in subsection 1 by reading the words in proceeding 3 years from 1st of July 2022 over in at least 3 billion shillings and substituting therefore the words on 31st December 2024 is at least 2 billion shillings. And in further paragraph B, by dating the word 5th working day after the deduction was made, appearing the proposed new subsection 4C, and B, and substituting therefore with the 5th working day of the month. So, Honorable Chair, this is where we are seeking to give additional time for when withholding tax is paid towards the 5th day of the following month, and not within 5 working days as it currently is contained in the Income Tax Act.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Any interest in this? Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 6 be amended by deleting the word 6, therefore with 12, appearing in proposed new section 1B2. This amendment is seeking to extend the period in which a taxpayer may apply for a tax refund or overpaid tax other than income tax to 12 months. This amendment aligns the bill with the Excess Duty Act, which provides for one to claim a refund within 12 months from when the date the duty was paid.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I do not see any interest in this, so I put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I move that clause 7 be amended as follows. In paragraph A, by inserting the following new subsection immediately after 1A, that the Commissioner shall not require a person to integrate or share data relating to A, trade secrets, B, private or personal data on behalf of customers or collected in course of business, and B, in paragraph B, in the proposed new subsection 5, by deleting the words 500 and substituting therefore the words 100, and B, in the proposed new subsection 6, by deleting the words 500 and substituting therefore the words 100. This amendment is seeking to provide for a commensurate penalty for the offense committed, which inferior to comply with the notice given the commissioner. The proposed penalty was 500,000 shillings, which the committee found to be too punitive. So we are reducing that to 100,000 shillings, and also to exclude the need for integration of data for trade secrets and other private information, so that entities like hospitals do not have to declare or to give KRA access to medical records, or for multinational or for trade companies, things that, for example, like their trade secrets. Yes, and it's important, Honorable Chair, to also pronounce myself that I'm moving this amendment in the amended form, not as per the order paper. And that's why we are amending now. We are now introducing A and B in paragraph A, but omitting C. So C is not part of the amendment I'm moving, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Undo.
Chair, I just want the chair to go on record once again, because in clause 7A, number C, in the case of multinational companies, information relating to the parent company, he has indicated he has moved it in an amended form, excluding that C. For record purposes, it needs to be very clear that that particular section has been omitted, so that we'll have no confusions here, because if it is retained, then we are trading on dangerous grounds, considering that we have got the, he has dropped it. Yeah, let's just go on record. We have no doubt about it.
Yeah, for the record, he said it, that it is A and B, and C has been dropped. So, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clauses 8, 9, and 10.
I propose the question that clauses 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. There be no amendments. I now put the question that clauses 8, 9, and 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
New clause 1A.
Please go ahead and move second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 1A be now read a second time. This is an amendment to the Tax Procedures Act, hereby referred to as a principal act, that is amended by inserting the provision for multinational agreement or treaty that has been entered into on or by behalf of Government of Kenya and made pursuant of such agreement or treaty relating to those tariff. Honorable Chair, this is to protect our local industries from multinational, so that they have preferential treatment better than the multinational entities that operate in Kenya.
I propose the question that new clause 1A be part of the bill. I propose the question that new clause 1A be now read a second time. I do not see any interest in this. You can say something. Majority Leader.
Chair, I support, and considering, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya has signed quite a number of bilateral and multilateral trade agreements. For instance, the African Free Continental Trade Area, you'll find a lot of competition coming from other countries like South Africa and other countries in the region, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this amendment seeks to protect our local industries from unfair practices by companies in the region. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
I propose the question that new clause 1A be read a second time. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I propose the question that new clause 1A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 1A be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairman, you have an amendment in new clause 2. In clause 2.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be amended in paragraph B by deleting the words whose turnover does not exceed 1 million and substituting therefore the words whose turnover does not exceed 5 million. This is one of the issues that has been a great debate, especially for farmers, for tea farmers, for avocado farmers, for macadamia farmers. So we are now exempting them from the need for items and providing for what we call reverse invoicing, Honorable Chair. And the reason why we are talking about 5 million shillings is because 5 million shillings is also the VAT threshold. So we are putting them at the same VAT threshold like all the other VAT businesses, so that those that do not have turnover less than 5 million shillings do not require to be integrated. And therefore that sorts out the challenge that we will have with the dairy sector, with the tea sector, with avocado farmers and all those other farmers, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I would like to start with the Honorable Wakili Moreu because he has an amendment which was proposing a deletion which is going to fall if the one for the chair goes through. So Wakili Moreu first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had brought this amendment on clause 2 to be deleted, bearing in mind that this is what you call a reverse invoicing. And reverse invoicing, Madam Speaker, has not been used in this jurisdiction. However, I think I want to agree with the chair of finance that it is a better replacement of the e-teams which previously was charging the avocado farmers, the macadamia farmers, the banana farmers, and all those other small scale businesses and farmers, whereby they were obliged to raise an invoice before they sell their products. And therefore, the reverse invoicing, as proposed by the chair, Madam Speaker, I think it satisfies my amendment, and I wish to drop the amendment. We allow the vendors of goods and services to be the ones who are invoicing the suppliers, invoicing the farmers, invoicing the avocado farmers, invoicing the poultry farmers, the macadamia farmers, as opposed to where the farmers are the ones who are raising invoice. However, Madam Speaker, allow me just to echo.
Thank you, Honorable Moreu. You are not debating. You are doing it very well, but you know this is the committee of the whole, and you have agreed with the chair. Thank you very much. So now can you go on record and drop your amendment? So your amendment is dropped.
Much obliged,
Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Honorable members, I now propose. Yes, Majority Leader, 1 minute.
Chair, I support that particular amendment, and as I said yesterday, by the chair, Honorable Kimani Kuria, that this is in response to the quantitative and qualitative public participation that we spoke about. Therefore, those who have been speaking in funerals and weddings and rashios, speaking, pretending to be speaking for avocado farmers, for small-scale traders, instead of speaking in funerals, and you can see they are never in the house. The chair of the finance committee has done what the public were asking. And indeed, by raising the threshold, even to the same threshold with VAT, he has addressed that qualitative aspect of public participation. And I must thank the chair and support.
I'll give a chance to the Honorable member for Buri, now that he's in the house.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By
Make it
raising
1
the
minute. Make it
threshold,
1 minute.
by raising the threshold from 1 million to 5 million, Madam Speaker, we are accommodating the thriving businesses, majority of them who are startups and small-scale entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, if we put them on the same scale on the vertebral criteria, it means that majority of our upcoming businesses, more so among the women and the youth, will have now opportunity to grow their business. I support the amendment.
Honorable members, in the interest of time, I now put the question, which is clause 2, be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment, so I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. Honorable members, I would now like to call upon the mover to move reporting. Honorable Leader of Majority.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Tax Procedures Amendment Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill Number 46 of 2024, and thereof with amendments.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Tax Procedure Amendment Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill of Number 46 of 2024, and its approval with amendments. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Honorable members, we'll start with the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2023. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senate amendments to the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and approved the same without amendments.
Very well. Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah to second this motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I second.
Very well. I will then propose a question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I will defer the putting of the question on that report. We will then go to the next, which is the Tax Procedures Amendment Bill number 2, number 46 of 2024. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Tax Procedures Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2024, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Tax Procedures Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2024. And I also request the Honorable Donya to second the motion.
Honorable Doris.
They've even denied me to second. Oh, it's here.
Be on record.
Oh, yeah, I must be in record to second this. Thank you very much. I second. I second.
Therefore, I will propose a question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Tax Procedures Amendment Number 2, Amendment Bill Number 2, National Assembly Bill Number 46 of 2024. Again, we will defer the putting of the question on this report. Order, members. The upstanding member for Kwale. Honorable members, and the time being 1:15 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 4th December 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
I read somewhere that virtual care may look real, but it's not.
Oh, it's very real. We're a team of family medicine, pediatric, and primary care doctors, all board certified and specially trained in virtual care, with an average of 15 years of real experience.
I love that. When something's not real, you just know, right?
Definitely.
I'm all about real.
to the ocean. Feel the pressure on my spine. It's poetry in motion. I went too deep to make you mine. I'm running out of oxygen. I'm running out of oxygen. Running out of oxygen. The ocean pulls me down now. I need to breathe it somehow. I'm out of oxygen. The ocean pulls me down now. I need to breathe it somehow. I'm out of oxygen. I need to breathe it somehow. I'm out of oxygen. The ocean runs too deep sometimes. It happens every time we try. I'm running out of
Wix, one platform, any website, unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals, and AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Wix.
you.